Chapter 317. Chapter 317 Slaughter until the end. Xiao Yushi seemed to realize that her words could be interpreted in a different manner, and she instantly revealed a slightly uncomfortable expression before she turned her head to the side. After a short while, and right when the atmosphere between them was slightly embarrassing, she said, "It's very likely for the Mo clan to dispatch Mo Qingyu. You absolutely must not fight her if you encounter her while you're by yourself. She's extremely strong." "Even stronger than you?" asked Yang Yi. Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, "I don't know. I've only fought her once, and both of us didn't go all out during that battle. So, even I don't know how strong she is." "Right. She uses the sword as well, and she attained the peak of the 7th level of sword intent last year. Moreover, she has comprehended wind intent as well, and both her movement technique and the speed of her sword are extremely terrifying." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally understood what the words "there's always someone stronger" meant. Before this, Head felt that his natural talent in the sword Dao was already sufficiently monstrous, but only now did he realize that he was looking up at the world from within a well. When she saw the expression on Yang Ye's face, Xiao Yushi thought that Head suffered a blow to his confidence, and she hesitated for a moment before she said in a light voice, "There's no need to underestimate your own ability. Even though the level of your sword intent isn't as high as hers, you possess the enlightened sword heart. Just that alone allows you to stand at an invincible position amongst your peers." Yang Yi smiled, and then he said, "Let's not talk about that. Right? Why were those siblings from the Mo clan trying to kill you?" Even though Head offended a formidable enemy, Yang Yi wasn't afraid at all. 7th level sword intent? Not only was he unafraid, but he was also slightly itching to fight her instead, because he would definitely obtain a huge amount of comprehension if he fought a genius in the sword Dao. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said, "Telling you would only bring harm to you. Then don't tell me." Yang Yi smiled and said, "All right, now I need to ask you about something. Do you know where the 9th Hell Cold Gale is?" After he witnessed the situation that his mother was in, Yang Yi urgently desired to become strong. Now, he finally understood this principle of possessing strength was equivalent to possessing everything. Now, he only wanted to become strong. Xiao Yushi frowned and said, "How do you know about that?" Yang Yi said, "I naturally have my own methods. Just tell me if you know about it or not." Xiao Yushi fell silent for a while before she said, "It should be within the Nether God's tomb because all the cold wind comes from within the tomb." When she spoke up to hear, she gazed at Yang Yi and said with a serious expression, "You wouldn't be thinking of obtaining it, right?" Yang Yi didn't conceal his intentions from her, and he nodded and said, "I need it." Xiao Yushi said solemnly, "You will die. The 9th Hell Cold Gale is a natural treasure of extreme een and cold properties. Not only is it lethally harmful to the body, it even strikes the soul. It's utterly impossible for you to subdue it. No, it should be said that you're utterly unable to approach it at all." Yang Yi smiled and said, "I have to give it a try, or it'll never be satisfied." Xiao Yushi frowned as she asked, "You want back down no matter what?" Yang Yi nodded. Xiao Yushi, "Then we'll go together." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said with a puzzled expression, "Why?" "Because you don't know the way to the Nether God's tomb." She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she stood up and walked slowly out of the cave. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. What sort of reason is that? After that, he shook his head and smiled before he flashed off to follow her. As soon as they left the cave, Yang Yi was stunned once more because almost 100 human profounders had gathered outside the cave. It wasn't just them. There were over 30 youths from the devil race as well. Moreover, there were a few Doza's corpses on the ground as well. There were some corpses of youths from the devil race amongst them, but most were human. The expressions of those youths from the devil race had instantly changed upon noticing Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi. They didn't know Xiao Yushi, but they knew Yang Yi. He was someone that could fight their big brother. Even though they looked down upon humans, even proud fellows like them had no choice but to admit that they were absolutely not a match for Yang Yi. On the other hand, the human profounders were delighted because the youths from the devil race were nothing to be feared with Yang Yi here. Yang Yi asked Xiao Yushi, What's going on? Xiao Yushi glanced at the group of human profounders before she said, they are probably fighting for the souls here. Oh, said Yang Yi. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the side. Help the human profounders? What a joke. Yang Yi wasn't that kind because their fate wasn't related to him at all. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten how they'd acted at Ancient Domain City that day. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she didn't say a thing and just followed him. Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he sensed that Shed followed him, because based on her character, it was very likely that she would lend a hand to save those human profounders. But it just so happened that Shed listened to him and followed him. What exactly is going on with her? Yang Yi was puzzled. When they saw Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi leave just like that, the group from the devil race and human race were both stunned. They're leaving just like that? Brother Yang, wait. The human profounders were instantly anxious when they saw Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi were going further and further away, and a human profounder hurriedly stepped forward and called out to Yang Yi. Brother Yang, I'm an elite disciple from a 4th-rank sect of the Eastern Territory, the Heaven's Courtyard sect's Ling Feng. I formed a group with some friends with the intention of training at the 9th Hell, yet I never expected that. The man called Ling Feng was speaking halfway when Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving, and then he turned around and interrupted Ling Feng. You want me to help all of you, right? Ling Feng was stunned, and then he was delighted and said, Indeed. Of course, we won't make Brother Yang help for nothing, and will provide satisfactory compensation after the deed is done. Oh. Yang Yi's brows raised as he chuckled. What compensation? Ling Feng and the others behind him revealed delighted expressions when they noticed that Yang Yi was interested, and then Ling Feng hesitated before he said, 10 mid-grade talismans and 1,000 energy stones. All right? The group behind Ling Feng was instantly displeased when they heard him. 1,000 energy stones weren't a big deal because they could easily accumulate it collectively. However, 10 mid-grade talismans were something that they weren't willing to give up. After all, even though they were disciples of large sects and clans, 10 mid-grade talismans were still extremely precious to them. So, it naturally was painful to them if they had to jointly produce such an amount of mid-grade talismans. 10 mid-grade talismans and 1,000 energy stones. Are they trying to make a beggar go away? Yang Yi was slightly speechless, and he was just about to speak when a man stood forward and spoke with a displeased tone. Yang Yi, we're all humans, so we should be united. Are you not ashamed to ask for compensation to save others? Exactly. We're all humans. Yang Yi, help us out and we'll help you in the future. Haha, Brother Yang, let's drink until we drop in the sleepless restaurant of Ancient Domain City, once the matter here is dealt with. All right? It's settled. Well, drink until we drop once these bastards from the devil race are dealt with. Haha. The youths of the devil race revealed unsightly expressions when they heard these human profounders. Earlier, these humans had been extremely cautious before them, but now, the humans seemed to be very pleased with themselves as if all of them from the devil territory would definitely perish. If they weren't worried about Yang Yi who stood at the side, they would have attacked by now. Xiao Yushi glanced at them, and then she remained silent, even though she didn't say anything, but a wisp of disdain flashed in her eyes. Yang Yi was speechless. Yes, he was utterly speechless. He hadn't expected that there were so numerous shameless fellows amongst the human race. Do these fellows take me to be an idiot, or are they idiots? Yang Yi glanced at them before he gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, Let's go. Had originally intended to kill these youths from the devil race. After all, he didn't have a good impression of them, and killing them would allow him to leave a good impression in the hearts of these human profounders. However, he decisively abandoned this thought when he heard those human profounders. No, it should be said that he wanted to kill these human profounders as well. However, Yang Yi didn't do it in the end because it was better to let them fight amongst themselves. When he saw Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi leave once more, a wisp of a gloomy expression flashed in Ling Feng's eyes, and then he gazed at the members of the devil race and said, Once we fight to the point both our groups are injured, those souls will definitely be seized by Yang Yi. Let's join forces to deal with him before we fight amongst ourselves. What do you think? The members of the devil race were instantly tempted by this, because when compared to these human profounders, they were much more afraid of Yang Yi. After all, if Yang Yi did make an appearance after they fought to the point both their groups were heavily injured, then they would probably perish. So, when he thought up to here, the youth in the lead of the group from the devil territory nodded and said, "All right." Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi stopped moving, and then they turned around. Yang Yi glanced at the human profounders and the youths from the devil territory who had joined forces, and then he said, needless to say, "I, Yang Yi, am really unlucky. Lending a hand would cause me trouble, but not lending a hand would cause me trouble as well. Motherfuckers, do you think you can bully me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and then he instantly arrived in front of Ling Feng before he drew his sword and slashed. Everyone here was stunned when they saw Yang Yi attack abruptly. Obviously, they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to attack while facing so many people. Ling Feng was instantly horrified when Yang Yi arrived in front of him, because Yang Yi's speed was truly too swift. It was swift to the point that he wasn't even able to see Yang Yi's figure clearly. Right when Ling Feng was about to turn around and flee, he suddenly felt coldness come from his neck. After that, there was nothing after that because his head had flown into the sky. After he killed Ling Feng, Yang Yi didn't hold back, and he shot explosively into the group of human profounders before his 5th-level sword intent surged out as his sword danced about swiftly. Since he intended to kill them, then he intended to slaughter them until the end and leave no survivors. Chapter 318. Chapter 318. Inquiring about someone. Everyone here is stunned. What is he trying to do? Isn't he afraid of becoming the common enemy of all humans? They didn't have the time to ponder on this question because Yang Yi's sword was dancing about, and the heads of over 30 profounders had left their bodies in less than a few breaths of time. Every single one of these profounders had been directly annihilated by a single strike of his sword. After he killed over 30 of them, the human profounders had finally recovered from their shock, and then they immediately fled madly towards the surroundings. They didn't choose to fight because Yang Yi was like an invincible god of death right now, and every single swing of his sword reaped a life. Coupled with the fact that those youths from the devil race were still standing at the side, how could they dare to fight him? As they gazed at Yang Yi, who was violently annihilating those human profounders, the group from the devil race instantly revealed a fearful expression. Yang Yi's ruthlessness and formidable strength had aroused some fear in them. On the other hand, Xiao Yushi took a deep glance at Yang Yi. She finally had a slight understanding of his character. He was a man that would never compromise and killed decisively. Yang Yi was unable to annihilate all of them in the end because they'd relied on their high-ranked movement techniques to seize the opportunity created by the chaos here and fled. Yang Yi, you're dead. You're dead. You'll become the common enemy of all humans. You're dead. My sect will take revenge for me. Just you wait, Yang Yi. Just you wait. It'll make living worse than death for you. Yang Yi, they'll definitely repay you 100-fold for this. Yang Yi smiled with disdain as he watched them flee. If he didn't intend to search for the 9th Hell-Cold Gale, then he would have pursued every single member of this ragtag group and annihilate all of those bastards. Yang Yi swung his sword lightly as he turned to gaze at the group from the devil race, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Right at this moment, the youth in the lead walked forward before he moved his fingers slightly. After that, around 50+ green balls of light surged out from a spatial ring on his finger. After he did all of this youth and all the other youths of the devil race instantly gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, there was no fear or terror in their eyes, and there was only determination. They'd handed the souls over. So if Yang Yi still insisted on killing them, then they would naturally fight him to the end. Yang Yi glanced at those green balls of lightning, and then he hesitated for a while before he gazed at the group from the devil race and said, "Leave." Those youths instantly heaved sighs of relief when they heard this. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they weren't sure of their success when they were facing Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi's sword intent was at the peak of the 5th level. Most importantly, he had a flying dark beast, so he could run even if he couldn't overcome them in battle. Yang Yi said as he watched them leave, "What a pity. He naturally wanted to annihilate every single one of these fellows from the devil race. After all, they definitely possessed a good amount of treasures. However, when he saw the expressions they had in their eyes, Yang Yi knew that he would definitely have to pay a certain price if he wanted to kill them all. This price would be that he might lose a few Peak King Realm Dark Beasts. After all, Yang Yi wasn't a god, and it was impossible for him to fight by himself against that many profounders from the devil race who were resolved to fight to the death. These youths from the devil race were unlike those human profounders. The human profounders only thought of themselves when they encountered danger, and they would flee for their own lives and completely disregard the fate of their other companions. However, the youths of the devil race wouldn't act in such a way. Their expressions told Yang Yi that if he were to attack them, then they would live and die together. It was exactly because of this that Yang Yi had no choice but to let them leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushihud remained silent until now had spoken abruptly. "You'll make countless enemies by acting like that." Yang Yi smiled, and then he put away the spatial rings of those human profounders who had killed. After that, he said, "It doesn't matter. I've been the common enemy of all the profounders in the younger generation of the Southern Territory. So what if a few more territories are added to that?" Xiao Yushi pondered deeply for a moment, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Now I think that it's impossible for you to become the Sword Emperor because the Sword Emperor wouldn't become the common enemy of everyone." "It doesn't matter." Yang Yi smiled and said, "I've never thought of becoming the Sword Emperor. The person that wants that position can take it." Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she fell silent. Yang Yi paid no further attention to her. Presently, he had something even more important to do, and it was to look through his spoils from the battle. He hadn't even taken a look at the spatial rings of those siblings from the Mo clan and eccentric Du, coupled with the spatial rings of these human profounders. His gains today could be said to be rather abundant. Yang Yi looked through the spatial rings of those human profounders had just killed first, and he was instantly infuriated when he saw the content of their spatial rings. It turned out there were over 10,000 energy stones, 4 high-grade talismans, and hundreds of mid-grade talismans in their spatial rings. So, the compensation they provided earlier was really like tossing coins to a beggar. Moreover, they weren't even willing to do that. Luckily, I didn't lend a hand to those idiots. Otherwise, I would be the true idiot. Yang Yi shook his head, and then his gaze descended onto the spatial rings from eccentric Du and the siblings from the Mo clan. Yang Yi was instantly delighted when his spiritual energy entered the rings belonging to the siblings from the Mo clan because there were an entire 30,000 plus energy stones within them. Moreover, there were even 12 top-grade energy stones. Besides that, there was a high-grade earth rank technique as well, the Heavenly Demon Dance. Even though the Heavenly Demon Dance was useless to him, but he could sell it away. A high-grade earth rank technique could absolutely be sold for an astronomical price. Besides this technique, there were a few low-grade earth rank techniques. However, Yang Yi wasn't interested in these techniques because he was only interested in sword techniques. After he put those 2 spatial rings away, Yang Yi gazed at eccentric Dust's spatial ring. When Head just activated the spatial ring, a strand of pink powder had suddenly surged out from the spatial ring and instantly entered his body. This sudden and unexpected event caused the expressions of both Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi to change. Right when Yang Yi's expression had changed, his body suddenly felt as if it was on fire, and then a hot feeling started to arise in him. This was especially so for his lower abdomen. It felt as if it was on the verge of bursting into flames. This sort of feeling was familiar to him. The Grand Myriad Mountains, Su Qingshi. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi's expression changed once more while he cursed himself for being careless. After that, he hurriedly circulated the profound energy within his body as he intended to utilize the golden profound energy. However, right at this moment, the remaining golden profound energy within his normal dantian had been suddenly absorbed into the tiny vortex. Yang Yi was stunned. What's the tiny vortex doing? Yang Yi was slightly anxious when he sensed that his body was growing hotter and hotter, and he hurriedly withdrew a few energy stones and started absorbing the energy within them. Yang Yi was delighted when the energy stones were converted into profound energy. However, right before a smile could cover his entire face, that bit of profound energy had been taken away by the tiny vortex again. Motherfucker! Yang Yi couldn't help but curse when he witnessed this scene. However, Head just cursed when the tiny vortex suddenly started to circulate swiftly before a strand of terrifying suction force suddenly surged from it, causing Yang Yi's internal organs to be instantly twisted. The sudden attack from the tiny vortex caused Yang Yi to be caught off guard, and he let out a shrill cry. However, this wasn't the end because the clothes on his body had actually started to burn. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, so ordinary flames were utterly unable to harm him. Xiao Yushi's beautiful brows knit together when she witnessed this scene. She was naturally aware of what poison Yang Yi was suffering from, but based on Yang Yi's appearance, he didn't seem like he was merely poisoned. The tiny vortex seemed to intend to teach Yang Yi a lesson, so it stopped after it launched that first attack and didn't continue. However, Yang Yi's golden profound energy had been completely sucked away, and not a single trace was left for him. Yang Yi's eyes gradually turned red while his consciousness started to slowly become blurred. It was like Head become a wild beast. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned to gaze at Xiao Yushi, and a glow of burning desire arose in his eyes. Xiao Yushi's brows knit together even more tightly when she saw Yang Yi like that, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her saber's handles. Leave! Yang Yi howled at her in a hoarse voice, and then he suddenly slapped the ground with his palms and relied on the counterforce to flash towards the side. At this moment, Yang Yi's consciousness hadn't blurred completely, and he knew that he would be unable to restrain his desire if he stayed here any longer. Moreover, he was very clearly aware that he would definitely die if he made a move against Xiao Yushi, because there wasn't even a trace of profound energy within his body right now, and coupled with the state he was in, how could he possibly be a match for Xiao Yushi Hood comprehended 7th level saber intent? So, he hadn't hesitated to tell her to leave and seized the moment when he hadn't lost consciousness to swiftly leave her side. Xiao Yushi was stunned when she heard him, and his figure had vanished from her field of vision when she recovered from her shock. Xiao Yushi stared blankly for a while at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards, and then she sighed lightly and flashed off in pursuit of him. Ancient Domain City. A woman in a green dress stood proudly outside the city. She glanced at the grand city before she shook her head and said, "This is Ancient Domain City? So there's nothing great about it. It's even smaller than my home." A profounder that was about to enter the city had heard her, and he instantly stopped and said, "Smaller than your home? What high-sounding sentiments. It's your first time here, right? Since you're so beautiful, I'll give you a warning. Keep a lower profile here because Ancient Domain City is filled with the best geniuses from the various territories. Don't offend someone you can't afford to offend. Otherwise, you'll die before you even realize it." The woman in a green dress turned to gaze at the young man, and then she said, "I need to ask you about someone. Do you know about a person called Yang Yi?" "Yang Yi?" The young man frowned and said, "Why are you looking for him? Even though he's quite arrogant, his strength is extremely formidable. After all, he was able to." A strand of green light flashed, and then a blood hole had instantly appeared in this young man's chest. Chapter 319. Chapter 319. How did you save me? You really talk too much. The woman in a green dress shook her head, and then she waved her right hand. In an instant, an enormous green energy sword instantly appeared beneath her feet, and then her fingers moved slightly before the green energy sword instantly shot into the sky. In less than a breath of time, she vanished from Ancient Domain City. As soon as the woman vanished, a white-haired old man had suddenly appeared where she stood just now. He glanced at the young man who had died with everlasting regret before a wisp of a solemn expression flashed in the old man's eyes. He said, "Peak 7th level sword intent, controlling the sword with the heart, wind intent, as expected of the most monstrous genius of the Mo clan. Alas, the hidden dragon rankings is going to be interesting." After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi felt that his head was extremely heavy, and it felt like his head was filled with lead. After another period of time, Yang Yi shook his head with all his strength, and then he opened his eyes slowly. The scene before his eyes was completely pitch-black darkness. There wasn't even a trace of light here, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Yang Yi frowned. He tried to circulate the profound energy in his body, but he noticed that his body was completely empty and devoid of even a trace of profound energy. Yang Yi laid on the spot and remained silent for a while as he tried hard to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness. After a long time, Yang Yi finally recalled what had happened. Who exactly saved me? Yang Yi muttered in his heart, and then he shouted loudly, Miss Xiao, is it you? The surroundings were still deathly silent, and without any sound at all. After pondering deeply for a moment, Yang Yi stood up. However, head just stood up when he felt a weak feeling from his legs, and then he fell right back to the ground. Right when he was about to hit the ground, a wave of refreshing fragrance assaulted his nose before a pair of hands had held his waist. Bang! A light bang resounded as a strand of light from a fire appeared within Yang Yi's field of vision, and then the light gradually spread to the point he was able to see where he was. At this moment, he was in a cave, and it was Xiao Yushi who was supporting him up. Xiao Yushi withdrew her hands after she helped Yang Yi up, and then she moved her gaze away and fell silent once more. You were the one who saved me? Yang Yi was the first to break the silence. Xiao Yushi didn't answer him, and it caused Yang Yi to be in a slightly embarrassing position. How did you save me? I remember that I seemed to have been inflicted with. Xiao Yushi's face suddenly turned red, and then she glared at Yang Yi and said, You saved me once, so I've saved you once as well. We don't owe each other anything. Don't ask about anything else. They'll kill you if you ask about it again. Yang Yi was at a loss for what to say. What exactly happened to you just now? Xiao Yushi changed the topic. Yang Yi didn't want to stay on the topic of how she saved him as well. In any case, it wasn't important because he was still alive in the end. So, Yang Yi immediately pondered deeply and said, I'm facing some issues, and I might not be able to head to the Nether God's tomb for now. Even though he still could battle even without profound energy, he couldn't be careless at all in the ancient battlefield, because there were too many experts here, and the slightest bit of carelessness could cost him his life. Xiao Yushi said in a low voice, It's fine. The Nether God's tomb only opens on the 15th day of the 7th month at sunset. There are still 5 days until then. When she spoke up to hear, Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then her gaze paused on him for a moment before she said, What exactly happened to you? Why don't you have any profound energy in your body? Yang Yi spoke with an astounded expression. How did you know about that? Xiao Yushi instantly revealed a slightly embarrassed expression. Suddenly, a strand of cold light flashed. Bang! A light bang resounded as a bottomless mark of a saber had appeared on the rock wall at the side. Xiao Yushi moved her eyes away and said in a cold voice, Don't ask about it. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. This woman, even though your physical body is strong, your strength has been greatly reduced without any profound energy. It would be fine if you encounter ordinary profounders, but it's very likely that you'll lose your life if you encounter those top-rate geniuses, said Xiao Yushi in a flat voice. Yang Yi nodded and said, I'm naturally aware of that, and that's why I'm unable to head to the Nether God's tomb for now. I have to solve this problem I'm facing first. You can leave if you have other things to attend to. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she waved her hand. A few dozed green balls of light appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then she said, Absorb these souls. They are beneficial to the improvement of your soul and sword intent. They are beneficial to sword intent? Yang Yi spoke with astonishment. You're saying that these souls can improve my sword intent? They can strengthen it. Xiao Yushi said in a low voice, There's a certain level of a link between the strength of your sword intent and the strength of your soul. The stronger the soul is, the more condensed your sword intent would be. Moreover, the stronger your soul is, the stronger your spiritual energy would be, and the strength of your spiritual energy influences your proficiency in controlling your sword intent. You've seen me control my saber intent, right? Yang Yi nodded, and he was unable to maintain calm when he recalled how she controlled her saber intent that day, because he finally found a way to strengthen his sword intent. Absorb them, said Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi nodded, and then he stopped hesitating and swallowed them. In an instant, The green balls of light instantly entered his body, and then an indescribable feeling swept through his entire body. After a short while, Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "I need more." The corners of Xiao Yushi's eyes twitched slightly, and then she said flatly, "I have none left." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled with embarrassment. He finally understood why those human profounders and youth from the devil race would be fighting for these souls. It turned out that they were treasures. Even though he was unable to utilize his sword intent right now, his intuition told him that his sword intent had strengthened a little. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't possess even a trace of profound energy right now, then he really wanted to go around plundering. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown when he thought about the state his body was in, because the tiny vortex seemed to be acting slightly unusually. Could it be that there's something wrong with the tiny vortex? Or perhaps it needs a huge amount of profound energy like it had in the past. When she saw Yang Yi in deep thought with a frown on his face, Xiao Yushi's eyes drooped. She hesitated for a moment before she walked out of the cave. She stopped momentarily right before she left the cave and said, "You have to be careful of those fellows from the Nether Territory. Their ability is much more mysterious than you've imagined. Don't be careless. Besides that, if you encounter an expert sent by the Emo clan, then it's best that you don't fight that person for now. If it's her, then her instant death is absolutely not a technique that you can evade and resist." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't stay here any longer and vanished from the cave. Yang Yi was stunned for a short while before he shook his head because he didn't have the time to think about all of that. The important matter at hand was to make the tiny vortex go back to normal, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything in the ancient battlefield. With a flip of his palm, a few hundred energy stones appeared in Yang Yi's hand, and then he started madly absorbing them. Just as had expected, as soon as the energy stones were converted into profound energy, they were instantly absorbed by the tiny vortex. Yang Yi frowned when he witnessed this scene, and then he stopped hesitating and started absorbing the energy stones like a madman. In less than 2 hours, a few thousand energy stones had transformed into ashes. However, the tiny vortex was like a bottomless hole that couldn't be filled no matter how much profound energy he provided it. After 4 hours passed, over 10,000 energy stones had vanished, but the tiny vortex was still absorbing crazily. Yang Yi was still absorbing the energy stones. If someone were to find out that Yang Yi was squandering energy stones like this, then they would probably be angered to the point of killing him, because this was truly too much of a waste. Even the disciples of the large sects were unable to spend energy stones in such a lavish manner. Time gradually passed by. Yang Yi absorbed from morning until night, and then continued from the night until the day. Just like that, 3 days had passed. On the 4th day, a group of profounders from the Devil Territory and Nether Territory had arrived at the cave which Yang Yi resided in, and then leaders of these groups were Emoku and Hanyu. After Yang Yi had let that group of youths from the Devil Territory go the other day, they naturally didn't let the matter rest. After all, they'd given Yang Yi everything they'd worked hard to obtain. So, they immediately looked for Emoku, and Emoku was instantly infuriated when he heard that his fellow members of the devil race had been robbed by Yang Yi. So, he immediately gathered all the members of the devil race in the 9th hell to search for Yang Yi. Emoku knew that Yang Yi had a flying dark beast and the spatial mink, so he went looking for Hanyu and Yinglong because he wanted them to keep the spatial mink and flying dark beast busy. In this way, if Yang Yi didn't have the assistance of the spatial mink and the flying dark beast, then killing Yang Yi would be as easy as flipping his palm. "I smell his aura." Hanyu gazed at the cave which Yang Yi resided in and said in a gloomy voice, "He should be inside." Haha. Aren't the 3 of us thinking too highly of him by joining forces to kill him? Imoka shook his head and said, "Any one of us has the ability to kill him. However, don't forget that he has a flying dark beast and that mysterious spatial mink by his side. It won't be easy for us to kill him while he has them by his side." Hanyu laughed gloomily but didn't refute this. Imoku raised his head to gaze at the green dragons that were circling in the sky above. After that, he nodded, and then he gazed towards the cave that Yang Yi resided in while a wisp of a ruthless expression flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward before he pushed his right palm forward, and then he pulled his palm back. In the next moment, he suddenly blasted his fist forward again. In an instant, a terrifying gale surged from his palm. Bang! In an instant, the mountain which that cave resided in had been instantly obliterated. Han Yu's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene. Obviously, Emok's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. After all, even though the mountain was small, it was almost 300 m tall. Even a spirit realm expert might not be able to shake such a mountain, but Emok had obliterated it with a simple punch, as expected of the most monstrous genius in the devil race for the last 1,000 years. Big Brother is awesome. After a moment of silence, the youths from the devil race behind Emok had let out a wave of deafening cheers, and their cheers shot into the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Emok glanced at Yang Yi, who was in the ruins of the mountain, and then his figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. After that, he clenched his right hand into a fist before he smashed it forcefully towards Yang Yi's head. Chapter 3 2800 Swords Rise with a single command. A wisp of a vicious expression flashed in Yang Yi's eyes when he saw Emok's fist assault him. These fellows from the devil race and nether race are really like ghosts that just refuse to go away. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think too much about it. He shouted loudly as he blasted a punch towards Emok's fist. If he could, he would naturally prefer to use his sword. After all, Emok's strength was extremely formidable. However, it couldn't be helped. There wasn't even a trace of profound energy within his entire body. So, he could only use his physical strength to go head-on against Emok's attack. Fortunately, his physical strength was extremely formidable as well. Emok grunted coldly when he noticed Yang Yi using his fists instead of his sword, and then Emok said, "You're courting death?" As soon as he finished speaking, his fist suddenly spun, causing the space around it to tremble. Under the gazes of everyone in the surroundings, their fists collided head-on. Bang! Yang Yi was directly blasted, flying 300 m away before he smashed to the ground, and he smashed open a huge and deep hole where he landed. On the other hand, Emok remained motionless on the spot like a mountain. To the shock of everyone, Yang Yi had crashed to the ground and leaped up from the deep hole. The expressions of the youths from the devil race changed when they witnessed this scene. They were clearly aware of how shocking their big brother's strength was. Because not to mention a king realm expert, even ordinary spirit realm experts wouldn't dare to go head-on against Emok's physical strength. However, Yang Yi had done so, and he seemed to be completely fine. Emok's expression changed slightly as well. He knew Yang Yi's physical body wasn't bad, but he didn't know that it was formidable to such an extent. After all, even though Head merely utilized less than 40% of his strength just now, it wasn't something that a 5th-rank King Realm Profounder could withstand. Obviously, Head underestimated this sword cultivator called Yang Yi since the very beginning. But so what if I've underestimated him? No matter how strong an ant is, can it triumph over an elephant? At this moment, Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because he noticed that Emok was far stronger than Head imagined. Even though he seemed to be completely fine, his entire body was extremely sore right now, and he couldn't feel his right hand. Moreover, the energy within his body was roiling. If he hadn't suppressed it by force, then he would have probably been unable to stand up by now. If it was merely based on physical strength alone, then he was inferior to Emok. Of course, if he utilized his golden profound energy, then the boost it provided might allow his physical strength to be capable of rivaling Emok. But unfortunately, he didn't have a trace of profound energy within his body now. Emok gazed at Yang Yi as he stated indifferently, "Use your sword. Otherwise, you're going to die." Yang Yi laughed bitterly in his head. Would he refrain from using it if he could use it? I really don't know what's wrong with the tiny vortex. It's actually acting so unusually. It has absorbed that much profound energy, yet it's still not enough. What exactly is it trying to do? Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at the colossi that were circling in the air, and the bitterness on the corners of his mouth grew denser. Looks like these fellows from the devil race, nether race, and demon race really intend to kill me. Since you refuse to draw your sword, then go to hell. Imoku spoke coldly before his figure shot explosively towards Yang Yi. When he was only around 30 m away from Yang Yi, Imoku had suddenly blasted his right fist forward. In an instant, an energy fist shot out violently from his fist. Everywhere it passed, the air was completely crushed into powder while numerous white spikes of air appeared around it. Yang Yi's expression changed when he witnessed this scene. If he had profound energy within his body, then he could naturally utilize his sword to deal with this terrifying attack. However, he could only go head-on against it with his physical body. But could his physical body endure it right now? Yang Yi took a deep breath. Right when he was about to fight desperately, a strand of cold light had suddenly flashed here, and it instantly blasted against that energy fist. Bang! The energy fist and cold light exploded apart, and they transformed into a wave of air that swept towards the surroundings. The wave of air dispersed and Xiao Yushi was suddenly standing in front of Yang Yi, while she held that curved saber of hers in her left hand. Obviously, it was she who had launched that attack earlier. Imoku, Hanyu, and the others' expressions changed when they saw Xiao Yushi Hood suddenly appeared here. Imoku took a step forward and spoke in a low voice. 7th level saber intent. I never expected that someone amongst the human profounders was actually able to attain the 7th level of an intent. Xiao Yushi glanced indifferently at Imoku, and then she turned to glance at Yang Yi and said, "Leave, it'll stop them." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yushi turned around to gaze at Imoku and the others. After that, a strand of invisible and terrifying saber intent surged out explosively. Under the pressure exuded by her saber intent, all the others besides Imoku and Hanyu couldn't help but take over 10 steps back. A wisp of unusual emotion flashed in his heart as he gazed at Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi wasn't stupid, so he knew that it was absolutely not a coincidence that Shed appeared here. She probably hadn't left at all during the last few days. Why didn't she leave? Was she protecting me? Imoku's face sank when he sensed the boundless and terrifying saber intent that Xiao Yushi emanated. Right when he was about to attack, the glow of a sword flashed through the air before a woman who wore a green dress descended from the sky. The woman in a green dress frowned when she noticed the saber intent that was raging through here, and then a strand of terrifying sword intent surged out from within her. 7th level sword intent. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene. When had so many extraordinary geniuses appeared amongst the humans? Imoku and Hanyu's faces fell. 2 extraordinary geniuses who had comprehended 7th level intents were a threat even to them. Fortunately, it seemed like there was enmity between the woman in a green dress and the white-haired woman, because the woman in a green dress was looking at the white-haired woman with a hostile gaze. Xiao Yushi frowned when she saw this woman. She tightened her grip on the saber in her hand before she said, "Imo Qingyu, I didn't think that the Imo clan would really dispatch you." "I wasn't dispatched in the beginning." Imo Qingyu glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I merely heard that a quasi-sword emperor appeared in ancient domain city, and that's why I came." "A quasi-sword emperor? Haha. I'm really curious who has the qualifications to be worthy of this title in the entire Profounder continent. Now that I've seen him, the 5th level of the King Realm and 6th level of Sword Intent is truly disappointing." Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he heard this because she was actually able to see through his cultivation realm and level of sword intent with a single glance. No wonder even Xiao Yushi, who possesses 7th level saber intent, is extremely fearful of her. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyu said, "Xiao Yushi, I didn't come here for you today. Move aside and make him withstand 3 strikes of my sword. I'll spare his life if he can accomplish that." "It was I who killed that pair of siblings from the Imo clan," said Xiao Yushi. "That isn't important." Mo Qingyu said indifferently, "I merely came here to kill this fellow who's called the Quasi-Sword Emperor. After all, this title is the highest honor amongst us sword cultivators, and not just anyone is worthy of it, even if it's merely the title of Quasi-Sword Emperor." Xiao Yushi was looking down. Suddenly, she turned to gaze at Yang Yi, and she had a slightly displeased expression as she said, "Why haven't you left?" Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he heard this. "How could I possibly leave right now? Moreover, there are enemies everywhere, so it's impossible to leave even if I wanted to." You should leave. Yang Yi said in a light voice, with your strength, they will absolutely not stop you, nor can they stop you if you intend to leave. I refuse. Xiao Yushi glanced at him and spoke in a low voice. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. I don't know. Xiao Yushi turned to gaze at Imo Qingyu, and then she slowly drew her curved blade before she accumulated strength to attack. Yang Yi was speechless. Imo Qingyu glanced at Yang Yi, and then she glanced at Xiao Yushi and said, Haha. The rumors said that your father wanted you to marry the future Sword Emperor of the continent. Looks like it wasn't a rumor. But Xiao Yushi, are you that sure that he's the future Sword Emperor? If he isn't, then wouldn't you have paid a huge price for nothing? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why waste your breath on so much nonsense? Said Xiao Yushi in a cold voice. Imo Qingyu said, Xiao Yushi, look, I'm not the only one here who wants to kill him. If you were to fight me, then who would protect your lover? Xiao Yushi frowned, and then she said after a short while, will do my best. Imo Qingyu nodded and said, since it's like that, then both of you can die together. As she spoke, she intended to attack. However, right at this moment. Wait. Yang Yi, who had been silent until now, had suddenly stepped forward. What? Imo Qingyu glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned, and then he said, let us leave safely if I'm able to resist 3 strikes of your sword without utilizing profound energy. What do you think? Without using profound energy? Imo Qingyu ridiculed and said, what high-sounding sentiments. But well, do it as you wish. Let me see exactly what ability you, the one who's called the Quasi-Sword Emperor, possesses. Besides that, what if you're unable to withstand it? Yang Yi smiled. Then I'll die. You're pretty optimistic. Imo Qingyu spoke indifferently. Yang Yi was just about to speak when Xiao Yushi suddenly moved over to stand in front of him, and then she said in a low voice, she's very strong. I know, said Yang Yi while he smiled at her. You'll die in your current condition. I know. Then why do you still intend to do it? Yang Yi smiled and said, if I don't, then it wouldn't be 1 person but 2 who would die today. The members of the Devil Race, Nether Race, and Demon Race were only targeting him and not Xiao Yushi. However, if he didn't make a bet with the woman in a green dress, then the outcome would be that all of them would join forces to jointly attack him and Xiao Yushi. With the condition he was currently in, he didn't have the slightest chance of surviving. So, he could only make this bet with Imo Qingyu. If he died, then Imoku and the others would definitely leave. So even if Xiao Yushi couldn't defeat Imo Qingyu in battle, she would still be able to survive. On the other hand, it couldn't be any better if he could withstand her attacks, because then he would have Imo Qingyu's help as well. At that time, it would be even easier for him to leave this place. As for whether Imo Qingyu would go back on her word, Yang Yi believed that she wouldn't. After all, sword cultivators were extremely proud, not to mention that she was one who had comprehended 7th level sword intent. Imo Qingyu glanced at Imoku and Hanyu before she said, both of you don't object, right? If you do, then I can only help you leave first. Imoku glanced at Yang Yi and said, please go ahead. He was naturally not afraid of Imo Qingyu. However, if Imo Qingyu were to join forces with Xiao Yushi, then numerous disciples of the Devil Race would probably die. That was something he was unwilling to see. Imo Qingyu glanced at Hanyu, and the latter chuckled and said, it's my favorite to watch humans kill each other. So, please go ahead. Imo Qingyu took a deep glance at Hanyu, and then she turned around to gaze at Yang Yi before she said, are you prepared? Bring it on, said Yang Yi. Imo Qingyu nodded. She didn't seem to have made any movement at all, but 100 green energy swords had suddenly floated in front of her. Xiao Yushi's expression changed when she witnessed this scene. 100 swords rose with a single command. Chapter 321 Shattered Dantian. When enhanced by her 7th level sword intent, the green energy swords seemed as if they were material. The terrifying energy contained within them caused the space around Imo Qingyu to tremor incessantly, as if it would explode into pieces at any moment. The expressions of the group from the Nether Territory, Devil Territory, and Demon Territory changed when they witnessed this scene. They hadn't expected that such a formidable expert existed amongst the humans. Imoku and Hun Yu's expressions were extremely calm, and there was merely a wisp of a solemn and gloomy expression in the depths of their eyes. Yang Ye's expression became extremely solemn because Imo Qingyu's strength was extremely formidable indeed. Not to mention his current state, he might not necessarily be able to defeat her even at this price. Coupled with the fact that had been heavily injured by Imoka just now, how could he possibly resist her attack? I'm still too weak in the end. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he shook his head, and then he suddenly clenched his right fist. Bang! A light bang resounded as Yang Ye's right sleeve exploded apart to reveal his arm that was covered in veins that crept throughout his arm like worms. At this moment, he had to do it even if he couldn't. Right at this moment, the 100 green energy swords that were floating in front of Imo Qingyu had suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, they swiftly transformed into 100 rays of light that shot forward explosively. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. Right when he was about to make a move, the energy swords had suddenly fused together into one, and they even sped up explosively. It arrived before him in an instant, and it stabbed into his chest before he could even counterattack. The green energy sword stopped for a split second before it shot straight through his chest. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide while his body stiffened on the spot. However, Imo Qingyu suddenly vanished on the spot, and a violent gale shot towards the surroundings as she instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. After that, she stabbed a green energy sword through Yang Ye's dantian before spinning it right after. Her sword intent erupted within Yang Ye's dantian, and it instantly minced Yang Ye's dantian into pieces. So, the so-called Sword Emperor is actually so weak. Imo Qingyu shook her head as she gazed at Yang Yi, and then her figure flashed and returned to where she stood previously. After that, she gazed at Xiao Yushi, who had a stunned expression, and said, "You know where to find me if you want to avenge your little lover." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light flashed as she left on her sword. Imoka glanced at where Yang Ye's dantian was, and there was a striking and huge fist-sized hole there. Imoka shook his head, and then he led the group from the devil race away. Since his dantian had been shattered, Yang Yi would be a cripple even if he could survive. So, Imoku would naturally not make a move against a crippled because it was degrading. Hun Yu gazed at Yang Yi while a wisp of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Yang Yi was a sword cultivator, and he was one who had comprehended 6th-level sword intent. So, if Hun Yu was able to devour Yang Ye's soul, then his strength would definitely improve greatly. But in that way, he would definitely incur the wrath of the white-haired woman at the side. He was naturally not afraid of the white-haired woman, but at least 30% of his other companions would probably die during the battle. So, when he thought up to here, Hun Yu glanced coldly at Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi, and then he led the group from the nether territory away. Suddenly, Xiao Yushi appeared in front of Yang Yi, who had his eyes closed, and her eyes were slightly blank as she gazed at the 2 holes on Yang Ye's chest. It wasn't that she refused to lend a hand earlier, and it was instead because Imo Qingyu Hood comprehended wind intent was truly too swift, and Imo Qingyu had been swift to the point she didn't have the time to stop Imo Qingyu. "I'll go take revenge for you." Xiao Yushi turned around and intended to leave as soon as she finished speaking these words. However, right at this moment, a hand grabbed her hand, and it caused her body to stiffen. After that, she swiftly turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, who had opened his eyes, and her voice was slightly trembling. You're still alive?" Yang Yi was naturally still alive. If Imo Qingyu hadn't followed up with that second attack, then he would have really died, because Yang Yi wasn't a god in the end. However, Imo Qingyu had followed up her first attack with another attack, and Shed crippled his dantian. Yes, the reason he was still alive was that his dantian had been destroyed. He should have died. But at the moment his dantian was destroyed, the tiny vortex that had been silent until now had suddenly expanded, and then it exploded with a bang. Subsequently, it appeared where his dantian used to be. No, it should be said that the place where his dantian used to be had been transformed into the world within the tiny vortex. To put it simply, the tiny vortex had become his dantian. After the tiny vortex became his dantian, the golden, profound energy within it had started surging through his body like a torrent, and the regenerative ability of the golden profound energy caused the injuries on his chest to instantly stop bleeding. Moreover, they started recovering at an alarming speed. This was the reason why Head survived. Moreover, after the golden profound energy had flowed throughout his body, Yang Ye's cultivation had improved like a rocket, and Head instantly leaped from the 5th rank of the King Realm to the 9th rank of the King Realm. He's advanced by 4 ranks in an instant. This wasn't even the end of it. After he advanced into the 9th rank of the King Realm, the gold profound energy within his tiny vortex had slowly started turning light violet in color. Moreover, Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that besides the dark beasts, all the other treasures within his tiny vortex had actually undergone a tremendous transformation. The 36 low-grade Earth rank swords had transformed into peak high-grade Earth rank swords. The Ice Soul Fruit and Vermilion Spirit Fruit trees had actually grown to a height of over 10 m tall, and the trees were densely covered in tiny Ice Soul Fruits and Vermilion Spirit Fruits. Of course, Yang Yi was even more shocked because a door had actually appeared above the pool of profound energy. However, the door was tightly closed. This sudden and unexpected change had completely stunned Yang Yi. Of course, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed after he recovered from his shock, because Head noticed something, and that was he could utilize the light violet profound energy within the pool of profound energy. The entire pool full of profound energy. Yang Yi believed that even a spirit realm expert couldn't compare to him in volume. From now onward, he could utilize profound energy without any restraints, and he didn't have to worry about it drying up. Yang Yi suppressed the wild joy in his heart and opened his eyes when he just happened to hear Xiao Yushi, and it caused his heart to be instantly filled with warmth. When he saw that Xiao Yushi intended to turn around and take revenge for him, Yang Yi hurriedly stopped her because while revenge had to be taken, it was he who had to do it. Xiao Yushi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Yang Yi was fine, and then she maintained her composure as she pulled her hand from Yang Yi's grasp. After that, she glanced at Yang Yi and said, "It's good that you're fine. Thank you." Yang Yi gazed at the woman before him as he spoke in a serious manner. If it wasn't for this womanhood made Imoku and Hanyu afraid, he would definitely die even if the tiny vortex had undergone a transformation, because he was still in a heavily injured state just now. Xiao Yushi didn't meet Yang Yi's gaze. Her gaze was aimed at the ground, and she said after a while, "I'm able to sense that your strength has improved greatly. I don't know why you've instantly improved so swiftly. You ought to be aware that great haste isn't always good speed. Sometimes, it's useless if your cultivation rises too quickly, but your mental state is unable to keep up." Yang Yi smiled bitterly. He naturally understood this principle. However, it was utterly out of his control. All he could do now was to try his best to get accustomed to his current realm of cultivation and allow his mental state to catch up. Otherwise, he would be a weak and inferior profounder at the 9th rank of the King Realm. Xiao Yushi suddenly asked, "What do you intend to do after this?" Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then a cold glow flashed in his eyes. He said, "I naturally have to get even with them. I can't have suffered those 2 attacks for nothing." Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, "The Nether God's tomb will be opening tomorrow, and the souls within it are much purer than the souls here. Moreover, numerous treasures the Nether God left behind all those years ago resides in the tomb. It would be a pity to miss it. Besides that, even though your strength has improved greatly, you're probably still unable to kill Imoku, Hanyu, and Imochingyu. Their strengths are far greater than what you've seen. So, it's best for you to improve your strength first." Yang Yi fell silent. Needless to say, Xiao Yushi really made sense. Even though his strength had improved explosively right now, it was clearly impossible for him to kill them now, unless he utilized the Enlightened Sword Heart and the Nether Ghost Flame. Otherwise, he didn't have any advantage against them. The Nether Ghost Flame. Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened wide when he thought about it, because only now had he noticed that he seemed to have overlooked the tiny flame within the tiny vortex. Yang Yi didn't mind Xiao Yushi's presence by his side. He opened his palm and issued a command in his heart, and then a light swish resounded as a strand of flame suddenly appeared at the center of his palm. Xiao Yushi's pupils constricted violently when she witnessed this scene, and then she instinctively took a step back while she placed her right hand on her saber's hilt. She said, "What's that?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "The nether ghost flame." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at the nether ghost flame. He noticed to his surprise that it had undergone a transformation as well, because the ghastly white color flame had become pure white in color. Moreover, it was much larger than before and had become the size of 2 adult fingers. The nether ghost flame. Xiao Yushi spoke with shock. How could you possibly possess such a treasure? With her background and knowledge, she naturally knew what the nether ghost flame was. It was exactly because she knew that she was shocked. Not to mention that Yang Yi was merely at the king realm. Even a spirit realm expert or exalt realm expert would find it impossible to subdue such a treasure of the heavens and the earth. Right at this moment, the nether ghost flame on Yang Yi's palm suddenly flashed and entered Yang Yi's vortex dantian. After that, it shot into the pool of profound energy and paid no further attention to Yang Yi. Since the little fellow left, the nether ghost flame was the strongest within the tiny vortex, so it naturally occupied the pool of profound energy. It was given to me by a senior. Yang Yi said, in the beginning, it was slightly unwilling to come with me. But now, I think it wouldn't leave even if I drive it away. Haha. Indeed, the nether ghost flame would probably refuse to leave even if Yang Yi were to drive it away. After all, the tiny vortex was an existence that could help the nether ghost flame grow. Xiao Yushi suddenly said, "You're too mysterious. Everyone has their own secrets, right?" said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. Xiao Yushi nodded, and then she said, "Less than 2 hours remain before the nether god's tomb opens. Let's go." Chapter 322, A Ticket to Hell. The nether god's tomb wasn't below ground, and it was on the surface instead. The tomb was extremely enormous and occupied an area of thousands of kilometers. Instead of calling it a tomb, one could call it a small city. When Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi arrived here, it was filled with an ocean of people. Humans were the most numerous here, and there were over 10,000 of them, whereas the remaining were from the nether territory, devil territory, and demon territory. The nether god's tomb didn't just possess souls that could be utilized to improve one's own soul. The treasures that the nether god had left behind were here as well. So, how could they not be tempted by all of this? Yang Yi was surprised because he didn't see Han Yu and Imoku. Moreover, the 3 outstanding geniuses of the central territory weren't here as well. Yang Yi shook his head and shot his gaze towards the entrance to the tomb because there was a 300 m tall tombstone there, and there were a few huge words written on it. The times would be dark without the martial god. Yang Yi asked Xiao Yushi as he gazed at the tombstone, "What does that mean?" Xiao Yushi glanced at it and said, "It means that if the martial god doesn't appear in the world, then the world would belong to the nether god." Why would there be such words here? Because the nether god was killed by the martial god of that age. The martial god of that age? Yang Yi frowned. He thought of Yuan Tong when he heard the words martial god. Yuan Tong was once called the quasi-martial god. However, it was a matter of the past, and Yang Yi didn't know how Yuan Tong was now. Xiao Yushi nodded, and she revealed reverence in her eyes as she said, "The martial god of that age was truly matchless in the world and a true genius. Because that martial god had comprehended 13 intents and had cultivated every single one of them to their limits. So, even the nether godhood attained the saint realm and possessed a practically undying body and soul had still died at his hands. 13 intents. Yang Yi was shocked and said, "He was that outstanding? How could he be called the martial god if he wasn't?" Xiao Yushi said, "Since time immemorial, the world would submit before the martial god." Right, there was an exception, and it was during the age of the founding ancestor of the Southern Territories sword sect. The martial god of that age lost to him. Besides that, so long as a martial god emerged into the world, then the martial god would reign supreme throughout the world. The sword sect's founding ancestor? Yang Yi felt silent. It wasn't the first time Head heard about the sword sect's founding ancestor. How outstanding was he? Countless people still feel reverence towards him even after 10,000 years have passed. After all, Even someone as formidable as Elder Mu had revealed a trace of reverence when he spoke about the sword sex ancestor. He's like a god in the heart of all sword cultivators in the world, Xiao Yushi said, because he defeated the martial god of that age. After all, the sword emperors before him had practically always lost in the battle between the sword emperors and their natural enemies, the martial gods. Yang Yi smiled and said, invincible throughout the world in life and renowned through the ages in death. Haha, that's exactly how men should be like. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she fell silent. Time slowly flowed by and an hour passed just like that. When the last strand of sunlight west had vanished from the world, the sky had suddenly darkened. After that, a strand of cold wind appeared out of thin air, and it caused the expressions of everyone in the surroundings to change. Subsequently, the ground started to split up slowly before countless strands of black gas seeped out from the ground. Watch out, it's death energy that can destroy vitality. Don't allow it to come into contact with your bodies. Someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone besides the group from the Nether Territory had hurriedly started evading the black gas, and they didn't dare allow it to come into contact with their bodies. However, because there was truly too much of it, there were still countless people whose bodies were invaded by the black gas. In an instant, all of them who came into contact with the black gas had been instantly transformed into dry corpses. Profound energy is useless against it. Save me. Save me. I'm not going in there anymore. I'm not going in. Save me. Countless shouts resounded throughout the surroundings. Yang Yi frowned when he witnessed this scene, and then he flicked with his finger, causing a strand of sword chi to shoot forward explosively and blast the strand of black gas in front of him into powder. After that, he said, what exactly is this? Why is profound energy useless against it? Had seen this black gas in the past because Luo Shui had utilized it to injure him in the past. If he didn't have the tiny vortex, then he would have probably become a dried corpse at that time. So, Yang Yi felt a wave of fear when he recalled that event. It's death energy. Xiao Yushi's eyes carried a wisp of a solemn expression, and she said, it's a type of energy that's formed naturally from the spirit, energy, and essence of the body after a person dies and the person's soul dissipates. This death energy can destroy the vitality of one's body, so you absolutely must not allow it to come into contact with you. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to deal with. Yang Yi nodded. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked towards the distance. He saw that the members of the Nether Territory were actually moving about and absorbing the death energy that others shuddered in fear from just hearing about. Yang Yi spoke with an astounded expression. Why can they do that? Because there's no vitality in their bodies at all. Xiao Yushi said in a low voice, the death energy is extremely harmful towards us, but it's just like the souls here and is greatly beneficial to them. Remember that the Nether race can't be compared to the demon race and devil race. They're too mysterious, so you must be careful when you fight them in the future. Yang Yi nodded. The Nether race's method of attack was extremely strange indeed. It was impossible to take precautions against, so he had to be careful and couldn't be careless at all. The members of the Nether Territory slowly stopped solely absorbing the death energy. They even started acting against the human profounders. Because these human profounders were afraid of the death energy, they couldn't fight fearlessly like the fellows from the Nether Territory could. So, a few hundred human profounders had died at the hands of the Nether race in less than 15 minutes. Moreover, the members of the Devil race had started to attack the human profounders as well. So, more and more humans were perishing under the joint forces of the Nether race and Devil race. A slaughter had begun. Xiao Yushi frowned when she witnessed this scene, and she tightened her grip on her saber. She seemed to be slightly unable to continue watching. On the other hand, Yang Yi's expression was calm, as if he hadn't noticed it at all. Do you know? Yang Yi suddenly said, I once stood below ancient domain city and invited them to annihilate all those fellows of the devil race, demon race, and nether race with me. If they weren't so selfish at that time, then we could have annihilated all of these fellows. Unfortunately, not a single person came down from the city wall. So, Whose fault is it that they're being killed now? Xiao Yushi sighed lightly, and then she relaxed her grip on her saber. Perhaps she could save them this time, but what about next time? Since these human profounders dared to come to the ancient battlefield and dared to come here to the ninth hell, then they should be mentally prepared for death. Xiao Yushi shook her head lightly and said, "Let's enter the tomb." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Why haven't Hunyu, Imoku, and the others come here?" "It's not that they didn't come, but that they've already gone in." Xiao Yushi said, "This isn't the only entrance to the Nether God's tomb. There are other ways to get in?" Yang Yi was astounded. Xiao Yushi nodded and said, "Of course. After all, this tomb was jointly built by the Nether race and human race, later on. So, they naturally have their own ways to enter it. All right, let's go in as well." They'd probably entered the inner crypt by now. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yushi tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her foot, and then she instantly shot explosively towards the entrance. When he saw this, Yang Yi stopped hesitating and intended to enter the tomb as well. Right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, so Yang Yi didn't give it any thought before he drew his sword and slashed. The black shadow hurriedly cried out, "It's me, Lung Jun." Yang Yi's hand stopped when he heard this, and then he gazed carefully at the black shadow. Sure enough, this black shadow was Lung Jun, who had returned to the southern territory to gather the assassins. "It's you," Yang Yi said with displeasure. "Why do you move so soundlessly?" Lung Jun rolled his eyes. "Big brother, am an assassin? If I don't move soundlessly, then could it be that I should swagger about and make a grand entrance?" Lung Jun's heart shook when he recalled Yang Yi's attack that was swift like a bolt of lightning, because he felt that Yang Yi's strength had increased again. Moreover, it wasn't by a little, but by a huge amount, because he felt an extremely huge amount of pressure just now. "You've brought them over?" asked Yang Yi. Lung Jun nodded and said, "This place is too chaotic. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi hurriedly followed Lung Jun when he saw this. 15 minutes later, Lung Jun suddenly stopped within a dense forest, and then he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, who was behind him, and said, "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped lightly, and then almost 200 black figures suddenly appeared here in an instant. "I've brought over everyone that I could get to. There are 72 King Realm assassins amongst them, and the rest are at the First Heaven Realm. However, even though they are at the First Heaven Realm, every single one of them has taken the life of King Realm experts," said Lung Jun. Yang Yi nodded. Right when Yang Yi was about to speak, a black figure had stepped forward and glanced at Yang Yi before he said, "You can remove the poison for us?" "Yes," Yang Yi said, "but all of you should be aware of the conditions." "I've told them about it," said Lung Jun. "I don't believe you." The black figure suddenly said, "Even an Exalt Realm expert is helpless against that poison. How could a mere King Realm profounder like you be able to cure us of the poison?" "I don't believe you as well." Meanwhile, another black figure stepped forward and said, "Shui, you make sense. How could he be able to accomplish something that even an Exalt Realm expert can't accomplish?" "I don't believe him as well." In next to no time, over 10 black figures had stepped forward. "Shuiyu, are all of you suspecting that I deceived all of you?" Meanwhile, Lung Jun said in a low voice, "Besides that, since all of you didn't believe me, then why did you follow me here?" "Lung Jun, we followed you here because we thought you'd gotten to know an extraordinary expert. However, we never expected that it would be a mere King Realm profounder. It looks to me like dealing with the poison is a lie, and only working ourselves to death for him is the truth behind all of this, right?" said Shuiyu in a low voice. Lung Jun intended to say something, but Yang Yi had waved his hand to stop Lung Jun, and then he said, "Since all of you don't believe me, then leave." There was nothing wrong with him, so why would he beg them to let him remove the poison within them? "Leave." Shuiyu grunted coldly and said, "How could it be so simple? We traveled a huge distance to come here, yet you intend to send us off just like that? How could it be that simple?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Since it's like that, then he'll give all of you something." "What?" "A ticket to hell." Chapter 323. Kill as many as possible. A strand of light violet light flashed, and then over 10 heads flew into the air. Everyone was astounded. Shuiyu was a 4th-rank King Realm expert. However, he wasn't even able to resist a single strike of Yang Ye's sword. Exactly how formidable is his strength? Long Jun and Long Yin exchanged glances, and both of them saw a wisp of shock and fear in each other's eyes. Because the speed of Yang Ye's sword was already swift to the point they were unable to see its movement clearly. His strength has actually become so formidable in such a short period of time. Exactly what sort of monstrous genius is this? Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at those fellows who'd died with everlasting regret. His first impression upon arriving here was that these fellows didn't trust him, and many even felt hostile towards him. He knew that he had to make a show of strength, otherwise, even if they become a sword in his hand, it was very likely that they would lash out against him at any moment. How should he make a show of strength? It was naturally by killing. Of course, he needed a reason and an excuse to kill. Fortunately, someone gave him just that when he needed it. Yang Yi glanced at all of them and said, "Firstly, I'm not the one asking all of you to let me remove the poison you suffer from, and it's all of you whores seeking my help. All of you have to remember that. Besides that, all of you should be aware of the conditions I ask for, to remove the poison within your bodies. I don't wish for anyone to bargain with me because I don't have the time for that, understand? Now, anyone who regrets coming here can leave right now." Leave? The corners of their mouths twitched. How could any one of them dare to leave with those headless corpses on the ground? Yang Yi nodded when he saw no one leave, and then he said, "Then let's begin." All of them hesitated briefly, and then one of them was the first to step forward. Yang Yi nodded, and then the nether ghost flame appeared with a flick of his finger. A miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded, and it caused the expressions of everyone to change simultaneously. 4 hours later, Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when the poison within the last assassin had been cleared away by the nether ghost flame. Controlling the nether ghost flame to remove the poison from their bodies wasn't a simple job because he had to be careful and couldn't make even the slightest mistake. After all, any mistake would end up in the person turning into ash. Yang Yi put the nether ghost flame away, and then he gazed at them. At this moment, they revealed undisguised joy. The poison had been removed, and it meant that they wouldn't be controlled by their enemies anymore. Even though they still had to suffer the control of another, it was only for 10 years, and it was only an instant to them. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and then a few scrolls and a spatial ring appeared in his palm. He passed them to Long Jun, and then he said, "These scrolls are some earth rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques, whereas the spatial ring contains 50,000 energy stones. Your task right now isn't to kill for me, but to work hard and improve your strengths." Even though their movement techniques and assassination techniques were very formidable, the strengths of these assassins were too low in the end, especially at the ancient battlefield where all the monstrous geniuses gathered. Presently, the ancient battlefield was filled with his enemies, and coupled with the fact that the little fellow had left, he would definitely be in an extremely bad situation if he didn't possess some formidable assistance. So, he didn't hesitate to give them the cultivation techniques and combat techniques that had plundered from others. Because the stronger these assassins were, the more helpful they would be to him. Long Jun was stunned as he gazed at the scrolls and spatial ring in his hand. Isn't he a little too generous? Earth-rank cultivation techniques, Earth-rank combat techniques, and 50,000 energy stones. My God, Long Jun couldn't maintain his composure anymore. The others in the surroundings were stunned as well because Yang Ye's generosity had truly surprised them. They originally thought that Yang Yi might ask them to kill someone or make them into tools to accumulate wealth. Never had they imagined that Yang Yi would actually give them resources and ask them to cultivate. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he flipped his palm once more, and then 10 Isol fruits appeared in his hand. All the others couldn't maintain their calm when the Isol fruits appeared here. It was especially so for Long Jun and Long Yin. Both of them stared fixedly at the Isol fruits in Yang Ye's hand, while their entire bodies had started to tremble. If it wasn't out of consideration for Yang Ye's strength, then they would have probably been unable to refrain from trying to seize it from Yang Yi. They naturally recognized the Isol fruits. It was a fruit that could provide one with 10 years of cultivation. 10 years. If they were able to eat one of the Isol fruits, then they could instantly attain the 9th rank of the King Realm. Lung Jun revealed a flattering smile and said, Air. Boss, feel free to provide me with your instructions if you need anything. I'm willing to risk my life to carry out my duty. We're willing to risk our lives to carry out our duty as well. The others spoke simultaneously as well. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. In the end, the Isol fruit works much better. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he tossed them to Lung Jun and said, You and Lung Jun eat one of these each. As for the rest, distribute 2 every 15 days. As for who it's distributed to, right, give it to whoever that improves the fastest. Understand? Lung Jun nodded repeatedly as he held the Isol fruits. At this moment, only the Isol fruit remained in his eyes. Can you not act so embarrassingly? It's just a fruit. Do you have to act like that? If you do well in leading them, then you can have as many of these fruits as you want, said Yang Yi. Really? Lung Jun raised his head to look at Yang Yi as he spoke with disbelief. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and then 2 more fruits appeared in his palm. He waved them at Lung Jun and said, What do you think? Lung Jun gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and then he said, I'll be following you from now onward. As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Jun turned around to gaze at the others and said, What the fuck are all of you looking at? Have you not seen an Isol fruit in your lives? All of you are embarrassing. From now onward, we're splitting up. All of you work hard on your cultivations. I don't care what methods all of you use, but those at the King Realm must attain the 5th rank at least in the shortest amount of time possible. Even if you die of exhaustion, all of you at the 1st Heaven Realm must advance to the King Realm. Otherwise, just fucking kill yourselves. Don't waste out cultivation resources because all of us have a huge debt of blood to avenge. Yes, all of them nodded simultaneously. Lung Jun didn't have such great prestige in their hearts before all of this, and it was even to the extent that some didn't even take him seriously. But they weren't idiots, and they'd noticed Yang Ye's attitude towards Lung Jun. They knew that Yang Yi was controlling them through Lung Jun, but it was fine because it was only for 10 years. Moreover, they would be supported by a wealthy fellow like Yang Yi during those 10 years, so they would naturally not refuse. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Yang Yi, keep my word. They'll return your freedom in 10 years from now. However, allow me to be frank in advance. If anyone disobeys me during this period of 10 years, then I'll make living worse than death for you. When he spoke up to here, Yang Yi paused for a moment and said, I know that your movement techniques are extremely good. However, don't offend those profounders in the ancient battlefield for now. Some of their strengths are beyond all of your imaginations. Now, all of you only have to do a single thing, and that's to become stronger and stronger. Understand? They replied in unison. Yes. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Lung Jun and said, How should I contact all of you when I need to? Lung Jun frowned and spoke in a low voice. We used arrows in the past, but we've left the League of Doom now, so we naturally can't use that anymore. So, I don't know how we should keep in contact. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said, Then we'll use transmission talismans. My transmission talismans are at the high grade, so I can contact all of you within a distance of 500 kilometers. Lung Jun's eyelids twitched when he heard this. He's filthy rich. He even has transmission talismans. Moreover, they're at the high grade. Lung Jun and the others left, and they left with half of Yang Ye's wealth. It naturally hurt slightly for Yang Yi, especially those energy stones. After all, Head wasted a few 10,000 energy stones because of the problem he encountered with the tiny vortex before this. Now, Head give Lung Jun and the others another 50,000. In other words, he only had less than 20,000 with him. Fortunately, he had 10 top-grade energy stones in his possession, and had been unwilling to use them until now because they were truly too precious. Moreover, he might have other uses for them in the future. Alas, looks like I have to work hard on plundering more. Yang Yi sighed on the spot, and then he turned to gaze at a tree and said, Since you've come, then show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyushi walked out slowly from behind the tree. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, I wasn't following you. I was just… Yang Yi smiled and interrupted her. You don't have to explain. I understand. The corners of Xiaoyushi's mouth curled up slightly. Her smile hadn't spread fully when she hurriedly restrained it, and then she said with a calm expression, those fellows with extremely shocking movement techniques were assassins, right? Yang Yi didn't conceal it from her. He nodded and said, Indeed. Even you know that I have a huge number of enemies here, so I have to get some help, right? What exactly do you intend to do? Asked Xiaoyushi. Yang Yi grinned and said, I'm a very fair person. I treat people how they treat me. Actually, I treat the demon race, the devil race, the nether race, and the human race equally. So long as they don't offend me, then I won't offend them. Unfortunately, no matter which race it is, all of them want to kill me. Since it's like that, then I can only give an eye for an eye. If they can't kill me, then I'll kill all of them. Xiaoyushi's expression changed as she spoke in a heavy voice. You intend to go against the entire devil race, the nether race, the demon race, and the human race? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Do you think they would let me live if I didn't go against them? They won't. Everyone is like that. The more you shrink back and act weakly, the further they will push. So, it's not I who wants to go against them, and it's they who want to go against me. Since it's like that, then I, Yang Yi, will kill to my heart's content. Can you even kill them all? Asked Xiaoyushi in a low voice. Yang Yi revealed a vicious smile on his face, and a wisp of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He said, He'll kill as many as possible. Chapter 324. Chapter 324, The Violet Mink. When Yang Yi and Xiaoyushi arrived once more before the entrance to the Nether God's tomb, this place was covered in corpses. Over 90% of them were the corpses of human profounders. All of them had perished rather miserably and horrifyingly because their flesh, bleed, and souls had been completely sucked away, and only an extremely shriveled-up corpse remained. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at all of this, and then he said, Let's go. He would naturally feel no pity for these humans. What a joke. Would they feel pity for him if he was dead? If he really was dead, then these humans would probably be the ones who laughed with the most delight. Xiaoyushi nodded, and then she walked towards the entrance. Even though she felt slight pity towards them, that was all she felt. After all, they weren't related to her at all. In the end, it was still the same principle. Since they dared to come to the ancient battlefield and the ninth hell, then they should have been prepared for death. In this place, the strong lived while the weak perished. Since they were weak yet still insisted on coming, then who could they blame but themselves? At the moment that Yang Yi and Xiaoyushi walked through the entrance, 2 rays of cold lights had shot violently at them from both sides. Yang Yi was about to act when Xiaoyushi's wrist shook slightly, and then a cold glow flashed. After that, 2 miserable and shrill cries suddenly resounded. Yang Yi looked over towards the source of the voices, and he saw 2 human profounders gazing at them with astounded and terrified expressions. Both of them were still alive, but each of them had lost a right arm to Xiaoyushi, and their blood was still spraying out like a fountain. The reason they still hadn't fled was that Xiaoyushi's saber intent had locked onto them. Fleeing now was equivalent to death. Who are the 2 of you? Asked Xiaoyushi in a low voice. They were about to speak when Yang Yi spoke before them. They're here to rob others, of course. They're keeping watch at the entrance to the tomb so that they can launch a surprise attack when others enter. Even profounders that are slightly stronger than them would probably suffer death before their surprise attacks. Am I right? Their expressions changed, and then one of them gazed at Xiaoyushi and said, Friend, don't listen to his nonsense. We brothers are from the 6th rank sect of the Central Territory, the Unclear sect. The reason we attacked the 2 of you was that we thought you were members of the other races. If we knew that you were human profounders, then we would have definitely not attacked. Xiaoyushi loosened the grip on her saber when she heard this, and her expression eased up. The 2 of them were delighted when they noticed this, and the other one of pair disregarded the pain from his severed arm and hurriedly said, I presume both of you are genius disciples from 9th rank sects since you possessed such formidable strengths, right? We brothers. This person had merely spoken up to hear when a strand of pale violet light flashed abruptly, and then his head flew into the air. You. The other fellow gazed at Yang Yi with horror. However, another ray of light flashed, and then his head flew off as well. After he killed the two of them, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the spatial rings in their possessions had instantly flown into his palm. Meanwhile, Xiaoyushi gazed at Yang Yi and asked in a calm voice, "Why?" Yang Yi naturally knew what she was asking about. He immediately grinned and said, "Look at the corpses in the surroundings. Are the human corpses more numerous, or the corpses of the other races?" Xiaoyushi glanced at the surroundings when she heard this. There were almost 100 corpses around them, and over 90% of these corpses belonged to humans. Xiaoyushi frowned. Obviously, she had come to an understanding. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved the spatial rings in his hand, and then he said, "I've just looked through them. There are an entire 15,000 plus energy stones within this spatial ring, and there are countless assorted things in there as well." Obviously, they'd obtained all of that through robbing others. They'd only spoken those words just now because they wanted you to spare their lives. When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, I would still kill them even if they were only targeting members of the other races." "Why?" Xiaoyushi was puzzled. "Because we've contracted enmity with them." Yang Yi smiled and said, "You've severed their arms. So do you think they wouldn't harbor any resentment towards you? Perhaps you would believe it. But while they seem to be extremely respectful and devoid of any resentment, I guarantee that they probably wish for nothing more than to torture us to death. Enemies aren't terrifying, but it's terrifying when they're in the shadows. So, once enmity has been contracted, it's best to destroy it at the roots." Xiaoyushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she shook her head and said, "I don't know what you've encountered in the past that made your character become like this, and I can't say that you're wrong as well. However, I feel that acting in that way is too extreme. Moreover, ITLL make countless enemies for you. After all, the benevolent have no enemies." "The benevolent have no enemies?" Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he said, "Those words are true. The benevolent have to help others more. Unfortunately, there'll never be someone benevolent." Xiaoyushi frowned and said, "Why?" "Because I'm going to kill a huge amount of people." Yang Yi twisted his wrist, and his sword left an afterimage behind as it moved. He said, "They'll make all those who harm or betray me or my loved ones pay with their lives." When he recalled the scene he witnessed with the space mirror, Yang Yi instantly emanated a strand of extremely ferocious slaughter sword intent. Moreover, his eyes gradually turned crimson red, and it was like an ocean of blood resided within his eyes. Xiaoyushi's expression changed. However, right at this moment, the crimson red in Yang Yi's eyes slowly vanished, and the ferocious sword intent slowly returned into his body. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then his brows knit together tightly, because had noticed a serious problem, and that was the slaughter sword intent could him to lose all reason. At that moment just now, he actually had the feeling to annihilate everyone in the world. If he didn't possess the enlightened sword heart, then he would have already become a machine of slaughter right now. The slaughter sword intent can be said to be the sharpest and fierce amongst sword intent, because the stronger your killing intent is, the greater its might will be. Especially when you've killed a huge amount of people, the boundless killing intent wouldn't just make you lose all reason. It can even affect the mind of your opponents. It can be said that the stronger your killing intent is, the stronger your slaughter sword intent would be. Xiaoyushi spoke in a heavy voice. However, it has an extremely huge flaw as well. If you're unable to control your killing intent, then you'll be controlled by it. You should know what the consequence of being controlled by your killing intent is. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I'll pay attention to that in the future, and I'll try my best to avoid utilizing it if I can." Xiaoyushi nodded and said, "The greatest taboo of those who cultivate in the sword and saber is being controlled by your own weapon. Because if you're controlled by your own weapon, then you're not you anymore." Yang Yi said seriously, "I understand." Xiaoyushi shook her head slightly, and then she said, "Let's go. There are numerous souls within this place, and they're extremely beneficial to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yushi started walking forward. Yang Yi hurriedly followed her. Yang Yi was ceaselessly sizing up the tomb as he traveled. Instead of calling this place a tomb, it could really be called an enormous city. But this city was completely empty, and it was filled with bone-piercingly cold winds. Moreover, green balls of light would occasionally appear on its streets. The green balls of light here were much larger than those outside the tomb. Just as Xiao Yushi had said, the energy within them was even purer, and this made Yang Yi extremely delighted, because had absorbed over 100 green balls of light all along the way. However, he was puzzled by the fact that Xiao Yushi refused these green balls of light, and she gave everything they obtained to him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. It was naturally all thanks to Xiao Yushi that Yang Yi was able to absorb so many souls in such a short period of just 2 hours, because Xiao Yushi seemed to know where they were, so they found an unusually huge amount all along the way. After he absorbed another green ball of light, Yang Yi took a deep breath while a wisp of happiness flashed in his eyes, because he sensed that his sword intent seemed to have arrived at the 6th level. Moreover, he felt that it had become even purer. It could be said that while he was still at the 6th level of sword intent, his sword intent was absolutely not weaker than Imo Qingyu, because he possessed slaughter sword intent. "Your sword intent is about to break through?" asked Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi nodded. He hesitated for a moment before he flipped his palm, and then 5 ice soul fruits and a top-grade energy tone appeared in his palm. He passed them to her and said, "You said that those souls aren't very helpful to your current saber intent, so I'll believe you for now. However, these ice soul spirit fruits and this top-grade energy stone should be useful to you, right?" Xiao Yushi was about to speak when Yang Yi continued, "We can only split apart if you continue to refuse it. After all, I'm not so shameless to continuously take advantage of you. Is there any need to treat me like such an outsider?" Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi with a slightly displeased expression, and then she seemed to feel that her attitude could be slightly misinterpreted. So, her expression slowly turned cold while she looked away. Yang Yi was stunned by this, and then he shook his head and said, "I'm not treating you like an outsider. I'm only giving them to you because I feel that they're helpful to you. Just like how you are giving me the souls because you feel that they're helpful to me." Xiao Yushi's face eased up when she heard Yang Yi's explanation, and then she glanced at Yang Yi before she took the ice soul fruits and energy stone from Yang Yi. Suddenly, she frowned as she carefully sized up the ice soul fruits. After that, she said, "I've consumed ice soul fruits in the past, but they seem to be slightly different from these." "What's different about them?" asked Yang Yi with a frown on his face. Xiao Yushi pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "The energy contained with these ice soul fruits are at least 10 times purer than the ice soul fruit I consumed in the past. Are you sure they are ice soul fruits?" 10 times? Yang Yi was shocked, and he said, "How could that be possible?" Xiao Yushi was just about to say something, but right at this moment, a strand of violet light flashed, and then an ice soul fruit in Xiao Yushi's palm had suddenly vanished. Xiao Yushi's expression changed while killing intent flashed in her eyes. However, right at this moment, she suddenly heard Yang Yi cry out loudly with excitement while seeming as if had gone mad. "Little fellow!" A strand of violet light flashed, and then the violet mink appeared in front of Yang Yi. Chapter 325. Chapter 325 Xiao Tianji. The violet mink stared fixedly at Yang Yi, while she held the ice soul fruit with her claws. Her lively violet eyes were gradually filled with glistening droplets of water. Yang Yes heard hurt when he saw the violet mink in. Xiao Yushi remained silent for a moment, and then her figure flashed to follow behind him. Not long after Yang Yi, the violet mink, and Xiao Yushi left. The space at the spot where they stood earlier had suddenly warped, and then a man and woman appeared there. They were none other than the Mink Emperor and Demon Empress who had stopped the little fellow from being together with Yang Yi. The Demon Empress asked with a low voice while she gazed at the direction that Yang Yi and the violet mink had vanished towards. "Is he really the Undertaker's disciple?" The Mink Emperor nodded and said, "It should be true." When he spoke up to hear, the Mink Emperor's expression suddenly turned solemn as he said, "This kid is slightly mysterious. I've tried to discover the path his destiny takes in the future, but I failed to obtain any information because his future is completely hazy. Nothing can be seen of it. You're actually unable to discern the destiny of a king realm profounder with your strength?" asked the demon empress with a frown on her face. "No one in this world can discern his future." Right at this moment, a third voice suddenly resounded here, and then a middle-aged man who wore a luxurious robe appeared mysteriously in front of the demon empress and mink emperor. The middle-aged man was handsome. His long hair hung loosely on his shoulders while he held a string of violet-colored prayer beads in his hand, and his entire body emanated an indifferent and extraordinary. However, his eyes were covered by a white cloth. Their expressions changed slightly when they saw this middle-aged man. It wasn't because this middle-aged man's sudden appearance here, and it was instead because of what the middle-aged man had said. They would have naturally maintained their composure if it was anyone else who had spoken such words, but it was different when it was said by this middle-aged man, because this middle-aged man was the seer of this present age. What did this title represent? It represented the ability to discern the secrets of the heavens and predict the future. Perhaps the strengths of those who held this title had never been very formidable throughout the past, but their ability of prediction was unrivaled. However, at this moment, the seer of this age had said that no one could discern the future of a king realm profounder. "Xiao Tianji, what do you mean?" the demon empress said in a low voice. "Even you're unable to see through his future?" Xiao Tianji shook his head and said, "His past and future are concealed by a mysterious force. Even am unable to see through his future. Then will following him bring fortune or misfortune to Zir?" The demon empress was slightly displeased. Xiao Tianji smiled and said, "Demon empress, it's actually not important anymore. You ought to be aware of the outcome that awaits all of us if the heaven path is still obstructed 100 years from now. But Zir is a violet-eyed spatial mink that rarely appear every few 10,000 years. The demon empress said in a low voice. With her natural endowment and talent, she may not necessarily be unable to possess the ability to pass through a boundary in 100 years from now. But what if she fails? Asked Xiao Tianji. The demon empress expression changed, and then she fell silent. Have the two of you noticed? Meanwhile, Xiao Tianji said abruptly, just like that little girl of mine, the destiny of everyone by that kid's side has started to gradually change. The mink emperor and demon empress expressions changed simultaneously. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianji suddenly laughed lightly, and he laughed for a while before he said, "The secrets of the heavens. The secrets of the heavens. Discerning the secrets of the heavens has made every single generation of my Xiao clan pay a heavy price. I originally thought that it would end with me, and I would be able to make the heavens show mercy to my Xiao clan. However, I never expected that Sierra would still have to pay a price. But fortunately, the heavens didn't sentence her to death and gave her a chance to survive." Ha ha. After Xiao Tianji left, the demon empress said in a heavy voice, "I still don't want Zir to be by the side of a human. She actually threatened us with her life when we took her back by force this time. I think that Zir might have fallen for that kid. If they continue staying together, then I'm afraid." The mink emperor laughed bitterly and said, "But what can we do about it? I feel very fortunate that I didn't kill that kid on that day. Otherwise, she would probably never forgive me. Alas, I'm worried about Zir's betrothal with that kid from the ancient Void Dragon clan, Hao Tian. That kid has already attained the spirit rank now. Since he dared to steal Zir's heart, then he can think of a way himself." The demon empress grunted coldly. The demon emperor laughed bitterly when he heard this, and then he waved his hand, causing the space in front of them to warp before both of them vanished on the spot. The further they went into the tomb, the stronger the bone-piercing cold winds were. This made Yang Yi feel increasingly excited and delighted because it represented that they were getting closer and closer to the 9th Hell Cold Gale. Had personally experienced how formidable the Nether Ghost Flame was, so how could the 9th Hell Cold Gale that was similarly natural treasure be any weaker? If he was able to subdue the 9th Hell Cold Gale, then his strength would definitely improve greatly. At that time, he would really have the confidence and trump cards to go against the various monstrous geniuses of the entire continent. Of course, most importantly, He could take revenge on Imo Qingyu. Suddenly, Xiao Yushi stopped moving, and she gazed at the luxurious buildings that were like palaces in the distance and said, "This is the Nether God's tomb." Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang suddenly resounded, and then the entire palace trembled. "It's Imoku." Xiao Yushi revealed a solemn expression and said, "He has actually utilized devil energy." Yang Yi frowned and was just about to ask what devil energy was. However, roaring laughter suddenly resounded from the palace, and then a few figures flashed out from within it. Yang Yi decisively pulled back Xiao Yushi, who was about to move forward, and hid at the side. After all, he loved to reap the benefits without any effort. Xiao Yushi's figure stiffened when Yang Yi held her hand, and then she blushed. She was just about to struggle free from Yang Yi's grasp when he said, "Their enemy is definitely an extremely formidable fellow, since that fellow was able to make Imoku angry. If we charge out now, then it's very likely for Imoku and those fellows from the Nether Territory to deal with us first. Even though we aren't afraid of them, it isn't necessary to show ourselves now. Let go of my hand first." Xiao Yushi blushed as she glared at Yang Yi and spoke with an embarrassed and furious tone. "Hand?" Yang Yi was stunned and said, "What hand? You're holding my hand." Xiao Yushi glared at Yang Yi with a blush on her face. If it wasn't because she was afraid of harming Yang Yi, she would have even used her saber. Yang Yi lowered his head to have a look when he heard this, and then he noticed that he was actually holding on forcefully to her hand. Yang Yi hurriedly let go of her and smiled with embarrassment. He said, I was too agitated just now, so I held it a bit too tightly. Don't take offense, all right?" Xiao Yushi glared at Yang Yi, and then she turned her head away and fell silent. The atmosphere here instantly became slightly embarrassing. After a short while passed, Yang Yi was just about to say something when Xiao Yushi suddenly said, "It's useless. With the strengths they possess, they'll be able to sense us as soon as they come close." "Don't worry." Yang Yi smiled, and then he patted the violet mink on its head. The violet mink understood his attentions, and she waved her little claw, causing them to be instantly enveloped by a barrier of violet light. "What's this?" said Xiao Yushi with a puzzled expression. "I don't know as well," Yang Yi said. "In any case, even a spirit realm expert wouldn't be able to notice us while we're enveloped by this thing, because it seems to be capable of isolating our auras." Xiao Yushi glanced at the violet mink, and then she remained silent. Haha. As expected of the most monstrous genius in the devil race for the last 1,000 years, and the existence who's most likely to become the devil god. You were actually able to fight me, Mu Jun, equally with the fist. Interesting. Interesting. Haha. Chapter 326. Chapter 326 Mu Jun. It's Mu Jun. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi's expression turned solemn when she heard the roaring laughter from within the palace. "You know him?" asked Yang Yi. She nodded and said, "He's the crown prince of exalted Han Empire in the Central Territory. Perhaps you haven't heard of it. Let me explain it in this way. The forces of the exalted Han Empire aren't inferior to a 9th rank sect or hidden clan, because since the continent was split apart. No, I should say that it existed since before the continent was split apart. The history of its existence is even older than any 9th rank sect." "Which one is stronger when compared to the Southern Territory's Grand Qin Empire?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. "They can't be compared at all." Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, "Do you know? There's an army of 100,000 in the Central Territory, and they are called Soul-Eater. Even the 9th rank sects and hidden clans are extremely fearful of this army because every single member of the army is at least at the spirit realm." Yang Yi exclaimed, 100,000 spirit realm troops? Xiao Yushi nodded and said, "That's merely its strength that's revealed on the surface, and its hidden forces are probably even more shocking." Yang Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. 100,000 troops are merely their forces on the surface. Exactly how strong is the exalted Han Empire? Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "Something worthy of mentioning is that the Sword Sect's founding ancestor had once entered into conflict with the exalted Han Empire 10,000 years ago." "What happened?" Yang Yi was instantly interested because a conflict between the #1 expert on the continent and the exalted Han Empire was absolutely a brilliant story. Xiao Yushi glanced at him and said, "The sword sect's founding ancestor fought his way to the throne room of the palace with just his sword in hand, and the exalted Han Empire was utterly embarrassed. In the end, it had no choice but to activate its defensive grand formation. However, the formation was still destroyed by the sword sect's founding ancestor. So, 3 supreme elders of the exalted Han Empire who were living in seclusion had no choice but to emerge once more into the world." "What happened after that?" Yang Yi pursued an answer impatiently. "Then Sword Sect's founding ancestor retreated," said Xiao Yushi. "He lost." Yang Yi was astounded. She shook her head and said, "No, but he didn't win as well. Because those 3 supreme elders gathered the faith energy of the entire empire to resist the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. The strength of an entire empire coupled with almost 100 Monarch Realm experts and 3 Saint Realm experts. Even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, who was invincible throughout the world, could only retreat temporarily. However, Head still killed a supreme elder and the emperor of the exalted Han Empire before he retreated. 100 Monarch Realm experts and 3 Saint Realm experts." Yang Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva. "Aren't such resources and reserves a little too terrifying?" Xiao Yushi nodded and said, "It was also that battle which allowed the world to witness how terrifying the exalted Han Empire was. Besides the spatial Mink clan, only the exalted Han Empire is capable of forcing the Sword Sect's founding ancestor to retreat." Exactly how strong was the Sword Sect's founding ancestor all those years ago? A wisp of a ruthless expression flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. "If I possessed strength like his, then would my mother be imprisoned and suffering in the Flower Palace? If I had strength like his, then would the little fellow's family stop us from being together? If, to a certain degree, possessing strength was equivalent to possessing everything in this world." Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, numerous deafening bangs resounded once more from within the palace. At this moment, Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi and said, "If you fight Mu Jun in the future, then remember to be careful." When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, you have to be careful when you fight anyone here, because you have no advantage against anyone. After all, their natural talents aren't inferior to your own, while their background is infinitely better than yours. They don't have to worry about cultivation techniques and combat techniques at all, yet you—" Yang Yi smiled and said, "I know. I don't have the slightest advantage when facing them, so I must madly improve my strength." Bang! Right when Xiao Yushi was about to say something, a world-shaking bang resounded abruptly, and then the palace exploded beneath their solemn gazes to reveal the people within the palace. Yang Yi knew all of them. The 3 outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory stood on the left, while a young man in a golden robe embroidered with a dragon was standing in front of the 3 geniuses. On the other hand, Emoku, Hunyu, and Inglong were standing on the right. At this moment, Emoku revealed a slightly savage expression, and his body even emanated countless strands of horrifying black-colored devil energy. The gold-robed young man who stood facing Emoku had a slightly solemn expression as well, while layers of golden air effused out from him. If one looked closely at this air, one would notice that it was a golden dragon. There was a stone sarcophagus between their groups, and a completely dark and devilish spear that emanated a chilly and deathly aura floated above it. Xiao Yushi spoke in a low voice. "The Nether God's spear." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What rank is it?" He wasn't interested in treasures beneath the heaven rank. Actually, it wasn't that he wasn't interested, but it wasn't worth going head-to-head with these fellows for something below the heaven rank. "It has no rank." Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, "This spear has a special characteristic. It grows stronger according to its owner. Because it possesses an almost boundless strength, the amount of strength within it that is activated depends completely upon its owner." "Emoku wants that spear?" asked Yang Yi. She nodded and said, "It should be like that. If he's able to obtain that spear, then he'll be able to instantly activate 30% of its strength. At that time, besides a few people, there would probably be no one capable of resisting a single strike of his spear. Yang Yi stated immediately. He can't be allowed to obtain it. Emok's strength was already formidable to the extreme. So, if he was allowed to obtain this spear, then how terrifying would his strength be? Xiao Yushi nodded in agreement, and then she said, "That's exactly what Mu Jun and the others are thinking." So, they took action to stop Emoku. As Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi spoke softly, both of them hadn't noticed that the little fellow's large eyes had instantly lit up when she saw the Nether God's spear, and a faint violet glow flickered into appearance on its little claw. Emoku gazed at Mu Jun with a gloomy expression as he said, as expected of the next emperor of the exalted Han Empire. "Your imperial energy is already pure to the point of taking the form of a dragon. You're not bad yourself." Mu Jun smiled and said, "You're actually completely fine after you suffered a strike from my King Path fist. If I'm not wrong, you're the only successor to become the next Devil Lord, right?" Emoku didn't answer Mu Jun. He turned around to gaze at Hanyu before he said, "I know you hid your strength earlier. Help me obtain the Nether God Spear, and I, Emoku, promise that I'll definitely do my best to help you obtain the Nether God's inheritance. I'll do as I've said. What do you think?" Hanyu's brows raised as he asked in a low voice. "Really?" Emoku stated. "Of course." Hee. Hanyu laughed gloomily, and then a pitch-black chain instantly appeared in front of him. He said, "I'll help you hold off 2 of those 3 geniuses from the Central Territory. Deal with the rest yourself. If you can't, then I can't do anything about it." Emoku nodded, and then he turned to gaze at Yinglong and said, "Help me this time, and I'll give the 1 scroll of the heavenly devil physique to you. You're willing to do that?" A wisp of excitement appeared in Yinglong's eyes. "Do I have a choice?" "Haha." Yinglong roared with laughter, and then his figure shook. He returned to his original form and shot into the sky before his vital energy locked onto Mu Jun and the others. "You'll deal with 2 of us on your own?" Meanwhile, Shiluo suddenly stepped forward, and he gazed at Hanyu as he said, "A freak who's neither man nor ghost like you actually dares to speak about fighting 2 of us on your own? Are you sure you brought your brain out with you today? If you didn't, then I can help you look for it." As soon as he finished speaking, an axe appeared in his hand. "Wouldn't you know if I did or didn't by giving it a try yourself?" Hanyu said in a cold voice, "Do you really think the 3 of you are extraordinary? Today, I'll allow the 3 of you to witness what a true monstrous genius is like." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanyu issued a command in his heart, and the nether chain in his hand instantly pierced through space and attacked Shiluo. "Bring it on!" Shiluo shouted, and then he swiftly chopped at the chain with his axe. As he watched Shiluo and Hanyu battle, Mu Jun pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Miss Nangong, they'll be troubling you to lend Shiluo a hand." Nangong Ming frowned and said, "Yeah, are you doubting Shiluo's strength?" Mu Jun shook his head and said, "I'm not doubting his strength, and it's because Hanyu had concealed his strength. If I'm not wrong, then he might have comprehended night intent. If it's at any other ordinary time, Shiluo would be able to retreat unharmed even if he lost to Hanyu. However, we're in the Nether God's tomb right now, so the slightest mistake might cause Shiluo to be heavily injured." "Night intent?" Nangong Ming was shocked and said, "How could that be possible?" "Nothing is impossible," Mu Jun said in a low voice. "Look at Hanyu's figure. Even though he's concealing it with all his might, his figure is unconsciously fusing into one with the darkness of night. So, the slightest mistake from Shiluo would make him suffer a huge loss. You should be aware of what the consequences of being heavily injured in the ancient battlefield are." Nangong Ming gazed at Hanyu for a short while before she finally stopped hesitating. Her figure flashed through space and joined the battle between Shiluo and Hanyu. Shiluo frowned when he saw Nangong Ming lend him a hand. He was just about to speak when Nangong Ming spoke before him. "Cut the crap. Let's join forces and kill this freak first." Shiluo was instantly delighted when he heard this. "All right, Ming Ming, we're a couple that's of one heart. If 2 people are of the same mind, then they can cut through anything. Haha." As he spoke, his figure shot explosively towards Hanyu. Nangong Ming was speechless. Li Qingshui instantly entered into battle with Yinglong as well, and then only Imoku and Mu Jun remained. Bring it on. Mu Jun smiled as he spoke. As you wish. The devil energy throughout Imoku's body instantly erupted explosively. However, right at this moment, a strand of violet light flashed, and then the Nether God's spear vanished before the gazes of Mu Jun and Imoku. At the same time, the violet mink who was hiding in the shadows was holding the Nether God's spear, which was a few times larger than her. After being stunned for a moment, the first thought that came into Yang Ye's mind was, we're in huge trouble. On the other hand, the corners of Xiao Yushi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 327. Chapter 327. Die again? The violet mink held the extremely long Nether God's spear in her little claws, and it seemed rather laughable when their figures were compared. She sized it up briefly before she passed it to Yang Yi, and then she revealed an extremely brilliant smile. Obviously, she felt that they had another treasure in their possession. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, he wasn't interested in the Nether God's spear because he utilized the sword. Moreover, it was like a hot potato right now. Whoever who possessed it would suffer the frenzied attacks of Imoku's group of 3. His target was the 9th Hell Cold Gale, and had never aroused any desire to possess the Nether God's spear. Moreover, he didn't want to offend too many formidable enemies before he obtained the 9th Hell Cold Gale. However, since Head obtained it now, then it was definitely impossible to make him hand it over for nothing. The violet mink clearly hadn't noticed what her actions represented. At this moment, she passed the Nether God's spear to Yang Yi as if she was presenting a treasure to him, and her round face was covered in a happy smile. The corners of Xiao Yushi's eyes couldn't help but twitch when she saw the violet mink seem so carefree. The Nether God's spear is a good treasure indeed, but can't you just seize it like that? Now, all of them who were originally in intense battle have stopped fighting and are looking towards us now. Xiao Yushi glanced at the violet mink, and then she glanced at Yang Yi before her left hand moved slowly to the hilt of her saber. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he smiled to the violet mink before he held the Nether God's spear in his hand. In an instant, a strand of strange energy shot over from within the spear and assaulted his body and sea of consciousness. Yang Yi grunted coldly as his sword intent surged out and instantly suppressed that strand of energy. As he held the Nether God's spear in his hand, Yang Ye's figure flashed and arrived in front of Imoku and the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to flee, but it was impossible for them to flee right now, because Mu Jun, Imoku, and the others had encircled his group. If they were to try and flee now, then they would face the joint attack of the best monstrous geniuses on Profounder Continent. Even though Yang Yi was confident in his ability, he wasn't confident to the point fighting all of them by himself. Meanwhile, a wave of faint fragrance assaulted his nose. Yang Yi swiftly turned his head towards its source and noticed Xiao Yushi had appeared by his side. Yang Ye's heart felt warm when he noticed this, and he said, "Thank you." Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't say anything and just tightened her grip on the hilt of her saber. Imoku's brows instantly knit together tightly when he saw Yang Yi, and a dense, puzzled expression arose in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Your Dantian is actually fine?" Hun Yu's brows knit together tightly as well. Obviously, Hun Yu was similarly unable to understand how Yang Ye's Dantian could actually recover. After all, the Dantian was the foundation of Profounders, and it was the weakest and most important part within them. If it were to be destroyed, then it was even more severe than rupturing all the meridians in one's body. Because there is no treasure in the world that can heal the Dantian. Do I still need to verify a fact that's right before your eyes? Yang Yi chuckled, and then he swung the Nether God's spear about and said, "Imoku, you want this spear? Do you want to die a second time?" Imoku's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Why don't you come over and give it a try?" Yang Ye's brows raised as he spoke. Imoku clenched his right fist tightly. Right when he was about to attack, Mu Jun suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and smiled as he said, "Not bad. No matter if you're the future Sword Emperor or not, just this courage of daring to face the next Devil Lord of the Devil Territory is sufficient for you to stride proudly throughout the continent." You've heard of me? Asked Yang Yi as he gazed at Mu Jun, who hasn't heard of the Quasi-Sword Emperor, said Mu Jun with a smile on his face. Yang Yi suddenly asked, You want this spear as well? Mu Jun was stunned, and then he roared with laughter and said, Interesting. All right, let's be frank. Tell me your conditions. What can you give me? Yang Yi was instantly interested. The Nether God's spear was like a hot potato, and it was of no use to him as well. If he was able to obtain some treasures that were useful to him and toss this hot potato away, then it naturally couldn't be any better. Meanwhile, Li Qingshui suddenly said, Yang Yi, if I were you, I would take the initiative to hand the Nether God's spear over. You have to think about whether you have the qualifications to bargain with us. Am I bargaining with you? Yang Yi gazed at Li Qingshui and said, Please, get off your high horse, all right? As for whether I have the qualifications or not, I really don't know. In any case, all I know is that if I'm willing, then this spear would fall into a Moke's hands at any moment. What do you think? You're courting death. Li Qingshui's face turned cold before his figure flashed, and he shot towards Yang Yi like a bolt of lightning. However, right at this moment, a strand of cold light flashed before Li Qingshui instantly returned to where he stood earlier. After that, his expression instantly became solemn. He gazed at Xiao Yushi, whom had overlooked until now, and said, Who are you? Imoku and the others had witnessed how formidable Xiao Yushi was, but they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw her force Li Qingshui back with a single attack. Besides sword cultivators, the most terrifying and difficult to deal with in this world included saber cultivators. Mu Jun glanced at her and asked in a low voice, Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi glanced at him before she moved to stand behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded lightly to her, and then he gazed at Mu Jun and the others. Now, can we start our discussion? I know that just the two of us are unable to resist any one of your groups. However, I guarantee that if any one of you dare to attack, then this spear will fall into the other group's hands. Mu Jun's face sank slightly as he said, Yang Yi, you're a human. Is that so? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. But it seems like most of those who want to kill me are humans. In my opinion, there is no difference between the human race and the other race. There are only friends and enemies, and I'll kill anyone that offends me. As for whether it's someone of the human race, devil race, nether race, or demon race, all of that isn't important to me. When they heard Yang Yi, Imoku and the others instantly shot a glance at him, and then their eyes flashed with a wisp of a strange glow. On the other hand, the expressions of Mu Jun and the others turned slightly unsightly. If Yang Yi, no, to be more precise, if Xiao Yushi were to stand on their side, then their forces would definitely be superior to a Moke's group. However, she just so happened to stand by the side of Yang Yi, who didn't care about race at all. Most importantly, Yang Yi intended to extort them, and they had no choice but to let him do it. I have a body refinement technique. Meanwhile, Imoku suddenly said, It's a low-grade heaven rank technique. I'm willing to provide this cultivation technique to you in exchange for the spear. What do you think? Low-grade heaven rank? Yang Yi was instantly interested. Even though his physical body was extremely formidable, it was much inferior when compared to Imoku and the demon race. The main reason for this was because he didn't possess a good cultivation technique. Otherwise, his physical body would definitely be far more formidable than it was right now. Mu Jun was instantly anxious when he noticed that Yang Yi was interested, and then he didn't hesitate to flip his palm. A golden sword chest appeared in his hands before he said, This sword chest is called Infinite, and it contained 108 high-grade earth-rank swords. Moreover, every single one of the swords are inscribed with a talisman that increases its strength. You're a sword cultivator, so your strength will definitely instantly rise a few levels if you obtain it. Yang Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the golden sword chest. Even though the 36 profound rank swords in his body had been transformed into earth rank swords by the tiny vortex, he knew that it was practically their limit. After all, the quality of those 36 swords had arrived at a certain level. Moreover, earth rank swords weren't really helpful to him anymore, and only swords at the heaven rank could create a sword formation that was capable of posing a threat to these monstrous geniuses. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then he shook his head and said, Both of you should be aware of this spear's value. Is it only worth so little? So, I hope that both of you can be more sincere. Don't try to trick me, otherwise, we can only part ways. Even though this spear isn't really useful to me, it wouldn't be bad as a gift. The corners of their mouths twitched when they heard Yang Yi. A gift? Would you even be willing? It'll add another 100,000 energy stones. Mu Jun spoke in a low voice. That's my limit. If you're still unsatisfied, then give the spear to Emoku. However, I guarantee that even if you do obtain that body refinement technique, you wouldn't have the chance to cultivate it. Even if you have Xiao Yushi's protection. I'm not threatening you, and am merely speaking about a fact. That isn't a threat? Yang Yi chuckled and said, Do you know? I hate being threatened, but I can make an exception this time. When he spoke up to hear, he glanced at the violet mink and said, I know that no matter who I give the spear to, it'll be pursued by the other group. So, I've thought of a method. It's one where both of you give those things to me before I place the spear back, and then you can fight for it yourselves. All right? Do you think we're idiots? Mu Jun's face sank as he said, Now I understand why so many people want to kill you. So you really deserve it. But no one has been able to succeed until now, right? Said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. Are you really that confident? Mu Jun's eyes narrowed slightly and flickered with a ghastly and cold glow. I agree with this method of yours. Meanwhile, Emoka suddenly said, Put it where it was and guarantee that little fellow on your shoulder won't do anything, all right? The violet mink blinked, and then it raised its claw with the intention of waving it at Emoku. Yang Yi hurriedly embraced the little fellow because it wasn't the time to act willfully. After all, they should at least reap the benefits first before they acted willfully. When he heard Emoku, Mu Jun glanced at the violet mink for the first time, and then he frowned. After a short while, his pupils suddenly constricted as he said, A spatial mink. You only noticed now? Yang Yi smiled and said, So what about you? Do you agree? If you don't, then I'll give the spar to Emoka right now, and you can taste the might of this spear in the future. Mu Jun gazed at the violet mink for a short while before he took a deep breath, and then the golden sword chest and a spatial ring flew toward Yang Yi with a swing of his hand. If the spatial mink wasn't here, then he would naturally not make any compromise because he could seize it by force. However, trying to take it by force in the presence of the spatial mink was practically a fucking joke. Emoka swung his hand as well, and a pitch-black scroll flew towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi chuckled when he got these treasures, and then the nether god's spear instantly flew back to the stone sarcophagus with a swing of his hand. However, right at this moment, a strand of green light flashed abruptly, and it was like a bolt of lightning that shot instantly and violently at Yang Yi. I never expected that you would actually be alive. How surprising. However, since it's like that, then I'll make you die again. After the green light flashed here, Mo Qingyu's voice instantly appeared here as well. Chapter 328. Chapter 328, The Ninth Hell-Cold Gale appears. Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard this voice, and a wisp of ghastly killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. His thumb moved slightly, and then a strand of violet sword chi shot out violently and collided with that ray of light. Bang! Both of them vanished simultaneously. After that, a green ray of light flashed before Mo Qingyu appeared in front of Yang Yi. Mo Qingyu exclaimed lightly as she watched her attack being blasted apart by Yang Ye's attack, and then a wisp of surprise flashed in her eyes as she said, Your strength improved? Yang Yi didn't speak. He suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot, and his figure transformed into a black ray that swished through the air as he shot explosively towards Mo Qingyu. He hadn't forgotten how Shed treated him when something had gone wrong with his Dantian. Now, when they met once more, he intended to kill her even if she didn't desire to kill him. So, at this moment, words were completely meaningless, and only a single word had any importance. It was the word kill. Mo Qingyu's face suddenly turned gloomy when she saw Yang Yi actually dare to attack her, and then she opened her palm. In an instant, a green sword appeared in her palm, and she held it as her figure flashed like a breeze and left a string of afterimages as she shot explosively towards Yang Yi. When they saw Yang Yi and Imo Qingyu enter into battle, both Imo Ku and Mu Jun's groups had simultaneously stopped fighting for the Nether God Spear for now, because a battle between two formidable sword cultivators was extremely rare. Of course, the reason why they hadn't made a move now was most importantly because they were unable to do anything to each other. On the other hand, Yang Yi, Imo Qingyu, and Xiao Yushi were variables here, because whichever side obtained Yang Yi's help or Imo Qingyu's help could firmly suppress the other side. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed in his eyes when he saw Imo Qingyu shoot over like a bolt of lightning. The profound energy within Yang Yi's body surged madly into the sword in his hand, and then he swiftly slashed it down from above. He hadn't held back this time. When his peak 6th level slaughter sword intent was coupled with the strength of his physical body, space shook violently wherever his sword passed, and numerous sounds of air exploding resounded incessantly like firecrackers. Moreover, under the circumstances that Yang Yi hadn't held back at all, his slaughter sword intent had revealed its terrifying and savage side for the first time. His sword intent hadn't even come into contact with Imo Qingyu when a terrifying force that carried boundless killing intent arrived before Imo Qingyu first. The boundless killing intent within this force seemed as if it intended to wipe out all living beings, and it made others shudder with fear. The others in the surroundings were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi's sword intent would actually be slaughter sword intent. Moreover, it had even attained the 6th level. 6th level slaughter sword intent was already capable of being a threat to them. Mu Jun was first stunned, and then he chuckled lightly and said, "It's actually slaughter sword intent, and it's even at the 6th level. Haha, how interesting." Imo Ku merely glanced indifferently at Yang Yi before he withdrew his gaze, and then his eyes descended onto the violet mink. In his opinion, no matter how terrifying Yang Yi was, Yang Yi couldn't compare to the little fellow. Imo Qingyu revealed a slightly solemn expression for the first time. She understood that Shed underestimated this sword cultivator who stood before her. But so what? How can anyone dare to call himself the Sword Emperor before me, Imo Qingyu? Imo Qingyu's left hand moved slightly before another green sword appeared in her hand, and then she suddenly pressed her hands together, causing the swords to join into one. After that, she shouted lightly, and she held the sword with both hands as she slashed it forcefully at Yang Yi. As soon as their swords came into contact, thunderous rumbling resounded here. At the same time, the ground where they stood had instantly collapsed into an enormous hole. Moreover, their sword intents had gone out of control and started to rage through the surroundings. In less than a breath of time, the ground in an area of 300 m around them had been covered in dense and bottomless scars. On the other hand, Imo Qingyu and Yang Yi had split apart at the instant they collided with each other. At this moment, even though Yang Yi's eyes were crimson red, his mind was extremely clear, and his face turned solemn as he gazed at Imo Qingyu. Because his earth-rank sword had already transformed into powder during the collision from before. Moreover, her 7th level sword intent was all-pervasive and had left a dense expanse of scars on his body. Imo Qingyu's condition wasn't very good as well. Even though Shed destroyed Yang Yi's sword, Shed merely succeeded in doing that by relying on the heaven-rank sword in her hand. On the other hand, she noticed that if it was in terms of sword intent, then even though Yang Yi's sword intent was merely at the 6th level, it was actually not inferior to her 7th level sword intent at all, and even showed faint signs of suppressing her sword intent. This gave her no choice but to re-evaluate Yang Yi, because she noticed that when Yang Yi's strength at this moment was compared to his strength during their first meeting, then it was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. But so what? Imo Qingyu twisted her right, and then the green sword instantly disappeared from her hand. After that, she pressed her palms together in midair before pulling them apart, and then a green energy sword appeared there. The green energy sword seemed as if it was material, and it started spinning at a visible speed between her palms. Xiao Yushi's expression changed abruptly when she witnessed this scene. Watch out! It's the instant death sword. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yushi suddenly tightened her left hand's grip on her saber, while the profound energy within her body surged. However, she didn't make a move. Because if she were to make a move and interfere in a battle between sword cultivators, then it would be an insult to both the sword cultivators. The violet mink blinked, and then a violet glow flashed on her little claw. However, she didn't make a move as well. She naturally hadn't stopped because she was afraid of insulting Yang Yi and Imo Qingyu. The reason she hadn't was merely because she felt that Yang Yi could defeat his opponent. That was all. Something worthy of mentioning was that the eyelids of Imoku and Mu Jun's groups had twitched when they noticed violet light flash on the violet mink's claw, because they were extremely fearful of this little fellow. After all, it was impossible for them to injure the little fellow unless they joined forces. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly when he sensed the terrifying energy contained within the green energy sword, and he didn't dare conceal his strength as well. So, he slowly closed his eyes and entered into a state of clarity. Every single technique in the world had a flaw, and the instant death sword before him naturally had a flaw as well. So long as it had a flaw, then he could destroy it with a single strike of his sword. That was what it meant to be a possessor of the enlightened sword heart. Under the enhancement of her 7th level sword intent, the might of the green energy sword seemed even more terrifying, and it spun at a speed that wasn't visible to the naked eye anymore. The ground around Imo Qingyu seemed to be unable to endure the terrifying might contained within the energy stone and actually started to crack inch by inch. However, Yang Yi's eyes were slightly closed instead while his breathing and expression were calm. It was like he hadn't noticed how terrifying the green energy sword was. Everyone held their breaths and awaited the arrival of this attack. At this critical moment, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Bang! An enormous bang resounded abruptly, and then an enormous rift around 300 m long had suddenly split open on the ground. And then everyone watched with astonishment as a colossal tornado swept out from within the rift. The tornado was extremely swift, and it instantly left the ground and swept off towards the distance. The tornado was extremely terrifying. It was around 300 m in height. It left a mess everywhere it passed, and it was like the end of the world had arrived. The expressions of everyone here instantly changed, especially Imo Qingyu and Yang Yi. The green energy sword in her hands had instantly stopped when that tornado appeared, and then Imo Qingyu swiftly turned around to gaze at the terrifying and colossal tornado. On the other hand, Yang Yi had suddenly opened his eyes, and they were filled with excitement and happiness, because it was the 9th hell-cold gale. However, Yang Yi was bewildered because it should have been deep underground. Why has it suddenly come out to the surface? Yang Yi didn't have time to think. The profound energy within his body immediately started to surge madly. However, he didn't make a move because he was utterly unable to do so. After all, not to mention his physical body, even Imo Qing's physical body would be minced into pieces by that terrifying colossal tornado. Everyone here was stunned by the tornado. "What's that?" asked Imoku upon noticing the tornado. Mu Jun's brows knit together tightly, and he seemed to have thought of something. "See that?" Xiao Yushi suddenly spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. "The 9th hell-cold gale isn't something that you can resist with your current strength. Not to mention subduing it, even approaching it is impossible for you." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He felt powerless while he gazed at the tornado that raged through the surroundings. Its might was truly too terrifying. Not to mention a tiny King Realm Profounder like him. Even a Spirit Realm Profounder or Exalt Realm Profounder would be unable to resist that tornado. However, he was truly reluctant to give up just like that, because if he was able to obtain it, then his strength would definitely improve greatly, and he would be even more confident when he faced a colossus like the Flower Palace in the future. Right at this moment, the enormous tornado had suddenly turned around and returned underground, and it vanished in an instant. Right when everyone felt bewildered, Imo Qingyu Hood remained silent until now had suddenly transformed into a green shadow that shot underground explosively, and her speed was so swift that it was astounding. "What's she doing?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. Xiao Yushi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Her objective might be the 9th hell-cold gale as well. Because if she who has comprehended wind intent can subdue it, then she would be like a tiger that obtained wings. Her strength would definitely multiply a few times." Yang Yi pondered silently for a moment, and then he took a deep breath before he nodded to the violet mink. The latter understood his intentions and flickered onto his shoulder. Yang Yi smiling before his figure flashed, and he flashed underground as well. In the end, he was unable to give up on the ninth hell cold gale just like that. Even if he was going to give up, he would only do it after he gave it a try and confirmed his inability to subdue the ninth hell cold gale. Xiao Yushi stared blankly at Yang Yi's figure that had shot down into the rift in the ground, and then her figure flashed and followed him. Chapter 329. Chapter 329. I come and go as I please. After a short while, Mu Jun suddenly exclaimed, "It's the ninth hell cold gale." The expressions of the three outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory changed when they heard Mu Jun. With the knowledge they possessed, they naturally knew of this natural treasure. The three of them were slightly tempted and seemed to desire to subdue that natural treasure. After all, if they were able to subdue it, then their strengths would definitely improve greatly. However, at this moment, Mu Jun suddenly said, "Don't head over to try and obtain that natural treasure." "Why?" Li Qingshui said in a low voice. "Since Yang Yi and that woman could, then why can't we?" "Mu Jun, you want us to stay behind and help you deal with Embark's group, right?" Mu Jun glanced at Li Qingshui, and then he said, "You ought to have noticed the might of that tornado. Do you think you can resist it with your current strength? Moreover, that tornado isn't even the core of the ninth hell cold gale. Its core is more than 10 times more terrifying than that tornado." "Then why did Yang Yi and that woman?" Nangong Ming was puzzled. Mu Jun chuckled lightly and said, "That genius from the Mo clan has comprehended wind intent. Coupled with the resources and reserves of her clan, she has a slight chance of being able to subdue the ninth hell cold gale. As for Yang Yi, haha, if he doesn't have any other shocking trump cards, then he's merely courting death." "He doesn't look like someone who would do that," Shi Luo said. He didn't reveal any fear when he faced Mo Qingyu's instant death sword just now, and it was even to the extent he didn't show any nervousness. "So, I think that he definitely possesses some sort of shocking trump card, or perhaps he has really attained the enlightened sword heart." "The enlightened sword heart?" Mu Jun chuckled lightly, and then he shook his head and said, "I don't really believe that he has. After all, not a single possessor of the enlightened sword heart has appeared amongst the billions of people in our central region. So how could one appear in the southern territory which possesses scarce spirit energy in the world? All right, let's take a step back and say that he really has attained the enlightened sword heart. We still don't have to be too afraid of him. After all, he hasn't received standard and systematic guidance in the Sword Dao. No matter if it's in terms of battle or equipment, he can't compare with us, right?" "You've already taken him to be an enemy?" said Shi Luo as he gazed at Mu Jun. "It's he who refuses to take us as friends." Mu Jun said indifferently, "Right?" Shi Luo fell silent. Mu Jun. Meanwhile, Imoku suddenly said, "I, Imoku, am determined to obtain this spear. If you obstruct me, then we don't have to wait for the hidden dragon pagoda, and we can fight to the death right now. What do you think?" Mu Jun frowned. He was naturally not afraid of Imoku. However, it was very inadvisable if he had to fight Imoku to the death right now, because even though head allied with the three outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory, they would probably immediately split up with him if they had to fight to the death with Imoku and the others. Meanwhile, Imoku said, "Mu Jun, you ought to be aware that perhaps it's possible for us to defeat each other with the strengths we possess, but it's practically impossible for us to kill each other. So, if we fight to the death now, then the consequences would be that we're both heavily injured and allow others to take advantage of the situation. Most importantly, it's meaningless for us to fight like that unless we're in the hidden dragon pagoda. What do you think?" "Then you want me to give up on the Nether God spear and give it to you just like that?" Mu Jun's brows raised as he spoke. "Tell me your conditions." Imoku placed his hands behind his back as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A red ray of light flashed by, and then the spear on the stone sarcophagus had instantly vanished. After that, the red ray of light shot towards the distance. At the same time, roaring laughter resounded from afar. "Haha, since all of you don't want it, Then give it to me, Jun Wuxia. As soon as his voice finished resounding through the air, the red ray of light had vanished from their fields of vision. You're courting death, Imoka shouted furiously, and then his figure transformed into a black ray that shot explosively towards the red ray of light. Hanyu and Yingling hesitated briefly before they followed Imoku as well. It's that fellow, the evil lord. Shiluo spoke in a low voice as he gazed at the direction where Imoku and the others had vanished, and a cold glow surged in his eyes. The gazes of Li Qingshui and Nangong Ming were icy cold as well. The evil lord, Jun Wuxia, was someone that all of them knew. He was both righteous and evil, and he acted completely according to his own desire. Of course, the most important point was his strength. Something worthy of mentioning was that the evil lord didn't belong to the Central Territory, and he was from the Eastern Territory instead. The reason his reputation was so great was that Head entered the Central Territory in the past. After he entered the Central Territory with just his spear in hand, he challenged the disciples of the various renowned sects in the Central Territory, and Head practically challenged all the sects that had a reputation. The outcome was naturally that the disciples of those sects were bashed up. In the end, Jun Wuxia targeted the 9th rank sects, which were the sects that the 3 outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory were from. Unfortunately, they were jointly pursuing an Exalt Realm expert at that time, so they weren't at their sections. This allowed Jun Wuxia to return triumphantly, and it caused the 3 9th rank sects to lose face. Now, their expressions were naturally unsightly when they heard that it was Jun Wuxia. I'm going to test the ability of that fellow called the Evil Lord. Shiluo spoke these words before his figure flashed and followed in pursuit behind Imoke's group. Li Qingshui and Nangong Ming didn't hesitate to follow him. As he gazed at their figures, Mu Jun chuckled lightly and said, "The Quasi-Sword Emperor, the Quasi-Saber Exalt, the Quasi-Evil Lord, the Quasi-Martial God, the Quasi-Devil Lord, the Quasi-Nether King, and I, the Quasi-Mortal Emperor, who's bound to command the continent. So many monstrous geniuses have appeared in this generation. Haha, heavens, what's the meaning of this?" After he descended beneath ground level, Yang Yi felt that the cold winds grew even more bone-piercing. Even 5th level Sword Intent was slightly unable to resist the bone-piercing cold winds, so he had no choice but to utilize 6th level Sword Intent to resist the assault of the cold winds. As for the little fellow had very smartly ran off into his tiny vortex when the violet light couldn't resist the cold winds. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and then he turned around to gaze at Xiao Yushi, who had suddenly appeared behind him. He said with an astounded expression, "What are you doing here? I come and go as I please." Xiao Yushi spoke indifferently, but her expression was slightly unnatural. Yang Yi was stunned, and then a stream of warmth flowed in his heart. How could he be unaware that Shed followed him because she was worried about him? He wasn't being narcissistic, and it was merely because his intuition told him so. Yang Yi shook his head and said in a gentle tone, "This is my decision. No matter what the outcome is, I should face and endure it myself. You really don't have to join in. You've already helped me enough, and I, Yang Yi, will never forget these feelings you have for me." A blush suddenly appeared on her beautiful face, and she glared at Yang Yi with rage and embarrassment as she said, "What do you mean by feelings? Don't talk nonsense or I'll kill you." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "My great lord, what did I say wrong? I just meant the feelings of kindness and friendship. What's wrong with her?" Xiao Yushi lowered her head in silence, and only her hand held tightly onto the hilt of her saber. Xiao Yushi had caused Yang Yi to be at a loss for what to say, and the atmosphere between them instantly became slightly embarrassing again. After a short while, Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Miss Xiao, you've witnessed the might of the 9th Hell Cold Gale. I really have zero confidence in my ability to deal with it, so don't follow me. Of course, I'm not scared that you'll be a burden to me, and am afraid that I would drag you down instead. At the same time, I don't want you to take such a risk with me. I'm telling the truth." "Then why are you bringing that little fellow with you?" Xiao Yushi suddenly raised her head and stared directly at Yang Yi's eyes. Yang Yi was speechless again, because he suddenly noticed this problem as well. "Why did I bring the little fellow? Is it because I really took the little fellow to be a loved one? However, this was very normal because the little fellow had experienced life and death with him on many occasions, so he naturally took the little fellow to be a loved one of his. On the other hand, it wasn't that he hadn't taken her to be someone close. After all, she had helped him a great deal all along the way, and he owed her a little too much. This time, his future was unknown, so he was truly unwilling to make her take a risk with him again. A wisp of disappointment flashed in Xiao Yushi's eyes when she saw Yang Yi remain silent, and then she said indifferently, I merely want to see how Emo Qingyu subdues the ninth hell-cold gale. It's not related to you at all. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed towards the depths of the ground. Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he witnessed this, and then his figure flashed and hurriedly pursued after her. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi felt that the cold winds were growing stronger and stronger, and it was even to the extent that his 6th-level sword intent was slightly unable to resist the cold wind. This caused Yang Yi's expression to become solemn, because up until this point, the strength of the ninth hell-cold gale had completely exceeded his imagination, and all of this was under the circumstances that he hadn't even laid eyes on its core. Exactly how terrifying was its core? Yang Yi was slightly afraid to think of it. However, he still hadn't thought of retreating. After all, had caught sight of the ninth hell-cold gale, so discontent would take root in his heart if he didn't work hard and give it a try, and such a thing was very bad for his path of the sword Dao. Yang Yi shook his head and sped up towards the distance. After almost 4 hours passed, Yang Yi suddenly stopped because Xiao Yushi had stopped in front of him, and then he walked over and asked, What's wrong? Xiao Yushi shook her head, and her expression was slightly solemn. The ninth hell-cold gale is probably not too far ahead because my saber intent is slightly unable to resist the bone-piercing coldness of the ninth hell-cold gale anymore. When she spoke up to hear, she turned around to gaze at Yang Yi before she said, Are you sure you want to continue forward? Yang Yi smiled and said, We're already here, so how could we just go back? When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at Xiao Yushi and said seriously, Do you really intend to follow me there? Xiao Yushi was slightly unable to endure Yang Yi's gaze, and she turned around and gazed towards the distance as she said, Of course. Yang Yi suddenly smiled and said, Then let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed towards the distance. Chapter 330. Chapter 330. Change in the situation. Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi both stopped moving. Emo Qingyu was in front of them right now. At this moment, she was gazing ahead with an unprecedentedly solemn expression in her eyes, while fierce and sharp, invisible sword intent seemed to have formed a protective barrier around her. Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi looked along the direction of Emo Qingyu's gaze. An expanse of pitch black filled their field of vision, and strands of cold wind seeped out incessantly from there. The cold winds were strong to the point it still invaded their bodies and souls, even if the three of them resisted it with all their strengths. Fortunately, while their bodies and souls were invaded, it wasn't lethal. The shape of an enormous tornado could be faintly discerned amidst the pitch-black darkness. It was spinning at a speed that wasn't visible to their eyes, and the space around it was ceaselessly destroyed as it spun. Yes, the expanse of pitch black was exactly the spatial rifts that were blasted open by the ninth hell-cold gale. It at least required the strength of an Exalt Realm expert to cause damage to space. Yet the ninth hell-cold gale was able to accomplish it with ease. Moreover, it was a form of constant damage. This caused their expressions to become solemn, as expected of a natural treasure. Even though it's still in its infancy, it already possesses a little natural might. Emo Qingyu spoke in a light voice, and then she turned to gaze at Yang Yi and Emo Qingyu before she said, Looks like both of you are targeting the ninth hell-cold gale as well. Haha, Xiao Yushi, the ignorant are fearless, but could it be that you're ignorant as well? Xiao Yushi's fair hand moved slightly, and a strand of cold light instantly appeared in front of Emo Qingyu. The latter grinned lightly before she flicked her finger, and a strand of green sword chi instantly shot forward violently. It struck the strand of cold light, and the two instantly dispersed in midair. What's the point of that? Emo Qingyu said, Our strengths are equally matched. and we're both unable to do anything to each other if we don't utilize our full strength. So, is there any point in wasting profound energy like that? You talk too much. Xiao Yushi gazed at Imo Qingyu as she spoke indifferently. Imo Qingyu was stunned, and then she shook her head and chuckled lightly. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "The future Sword Emperor? Do you know how unworthy you are of such a title?" "Could it be that you are?" said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. "Of course." Imo Qingyu nodded and said, "Besides Imo Qingyu, could anyone else on this continent be more worthy of that title?" Her tone made it sound like it was a matter of course, and there wasn't even a trace of unnaturalness. Yang Yi didn't reveal any ridicule or contempt when he heard this, and his expression became even more solemn instead. Her confidence made him feel slightly fearful. The Sword Tao emphasized greatly on one's mental state. The stronger one's mental state was, the stronger one's Sword Tao would be. Someone that possessed such practically arrogant confidence was either formidable or an idiot. Obviously, she was the former. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "If you like it, then just take it." Yang Yi spoke with extreme sincerity, and he was speaking from the heart. Because not only did this title give him no benefit at all, it caused a huge amount of trouble for him instead. So, he felt that anyone who wanted it could have it. He didn't want it at all. What do you think the title of Sword Emperor is? Is it an object that you can just give away? Imo Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned icy cold, and then a green energy sword instantly appeared in front of her. In the next instant, it transformed into a ray of light that instantly shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face fell when he saw her suddenly attacking him. What's wrong with her? Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He clenched his right hand tightly into a fist, and then he blasted his fist at the green energy sword. Bang! The energy sword instantly dispersed. Right when Imo Qingyu intended to continue attacking, the tornado suddenly started moving incessantly towards the surroundings. Yang Yi and the others were shocked, and they retreated repeatedly. Presently, the enormous tornado carried the energy of the heavens and the earth with it, and they would definitely perish if they moved forward. The enormous tornado grew more and more violent, and it raged incessantly in the distance. Everywhere it passed, space was blasted into pieces inch by inch to reveal expanse after expanse of pitch-black spatial rifts. This sight caused Yang Yi and the others to feel extremely horrified. "What's going on with it?" asked Yang Yi in a low voice. Xiao Yushi shook her head. On the other hand, Imo Qingyu's eyes lit up instead, and a glow of excitement flickered in the depths of her eyes. Yang Yi fell silent. At this moment, he was truly conflicted as he gazed at the terrifying tornado in the distance. Even an Exalt Realm expert would probably die when facing this thing, but Elder Mu actually asked me to subdue it. Elder Mu would naturally not send me here to give my life away. Since it's like that, then there's definitely a method or treasure that can deal with the 9th Hell Cold Gale, and I should possess that method or treasure. But exactly what is it? In next to no time, Yang Yi thought of something, and it was the tiny vortex. But how should I communicate with the tiny vortex? Since the tiny vortex had refused to give him profound energy that day, he had a feeling that the tiny vortex seemed to be very displeased with him. Moreover, if he wanted the tiny vortex to deal with the 9th Hell Cold Gale, then he had to make it enter the tiny vortex. As he gazed at the enormous tornado, Yang Yi resolutely abandoned this thought. What a joke. Make it enter the tiny vortex? He would definitely be courting death by doing that. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Under the astounded gazes of Yang Yi and the others, the tornado actually started to shrink swiftly. Xiao Yushi spoke with a slightly trembling voice upon witnessing this scene. "I understand now. It's transforming to form a gale spirit." Imo Qingyu glanced at Xiao Yushi, and a cold glow flickered in her eyes. "What do you mean?" Yang Yi was puzzled. Xiao Yushi said, "It was originally in an ignorant state and didn't possess any intelligence. Yet now, it's transforming. Once it transforms successfully, then it'll form a gale spirit. At that time, it would be at its weakest state, and it would be the moment that it's the easiest to deal with. That's your only chance if you want to subdue it." Yang Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. Now, he understood what forming a gale spirit meant. It should be something like the nether ghost flame that was within his body. Even though the nether ghost flame couldn't speak or take human form, it possessed intelligence, and this was something that couldn't be doubted. Now, the ninth Hell Cold Gale was probably transforming into the state that the nether ghost flame was in. In other words, he had a chance now. However, Imo Qingyu was at the side. Yang Yi glanced at Imo Qingyu, and then the hidden sword appeared in his hand with a twist of his wrist. After that, the profound energy within his body surged madly. He was determined to obtain the ninth Hell Cold Gale. At this moment, a strange scene suddenly occurred here. The cold winds in the surroundings suddenly surged towards Imo Qingyu. However, they didn't attack her and surrounded her to form a seemingly material whirlwind instead. On the other hand, Imo Qingyu's body started to become ethereal, as if she was fusing into one with the cold wind. Wind and tint. Xiao Yushi tightened her grip on the hilt of her saber upon witnessing this scene, and she said in a low voice, "Wind and tint is an extremely mysterious intent, because so long as it's a place with wind, then that wind can be utilized by her. She's actually able to control the cold wind here, so it represents that her wind intent has probably arrived at the 7th level or even higher." Yang Yi took a deep breath. Isn't she a little too fucking monstrous? As expected, there's always someone stronger in the world. Xiao Yushi suddenly said, "I might not be able to stop her." Yang Yi asked with an astounded expression. "Why?" Xiao Yushi shook her head, and then she said, "I'll try my best. You have to be careful when you subdue it later. Give up if you can't, all right?" Yang Yi's heart felt warm, and he nodded before he said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, I'll act within the limits of my ability." Xiao Yushi nodded, and then she gradually drew her saber while her gaze locked onto Imo Qingyu. The latter didn't even look over towards Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi, and she just stared fixedly at the tornado that was growing smaller and smaller. The enormous tornado shrunk smaller and smaller before their gazes, and it gradually became the size of an adult's body. Even though it had become smaller, the terrifying energy contained within it was horrifying. At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't help but be excited. He was naturally happier the stronger it was. After all, he urgently needed to improve his strength. The whirlwind around Imo Qingyu grew faster and faster while her figure grew more and more translucent to the point she seemed like an expanse of clear wind. Light flickered incessantly on the curved saber in Xiao Yushi's hand, and a strand of invisible, fierce, and sharp saber in tint surged endlessly from her body. As the saber in tint surged out from her body, it didn't seem to be disorderly, and it moved around her body in an extremely orderly manner like it was a protective wall. As for Yang Yi, he was swiftly slapping 5 talismans onto himself, and these talismans included the Strider Talisman, Strength Talisman, Energy Convergence Talisman. At the same time, he stopped holding back at all, and the profound energy within his body surged out like a torrent. Under the enhancement provided by his violet-colored profound energy, a layer of faint violet mist had mysteriously appeared around Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi hadn't noticed it. The speed that the tornado shrunk it grew swifter and swifter before their solemn gazes. At this point, it was only the size of an arm, and it was still shrinking swiftly at a visible speed. Suddenly, the small tornado exploded abruptly with a bang, and then a strand of a green mini-tornado appeared before their fields of vision. Right at this moment, the 3 of them acted. A strand of cold light instantly shot at Imo Qingyu. It was swifter than a bolt of lightning, and it instantly arrived where Imo Qingyu was. However, that spot was empty right now. Imo Qingyu had suddenly appeared in front of the mini-tornado. After that, a palm-sized and golden bell-shaped cover appeared in her hand, and she cupped it down towards the green tornado. The green mini-tornado was stunned on the spot, and then it flashed towards the distance with a swish. However, the golden bell-shaped cover had pierced through space and instantly arrived above the mini-tornado, and then a strand of golden light descended and trapped the mini-tornado. Imo Qingyu revealed a delighted expression when she witnessed this scene. However, right at this moment, a strand of cold light and a strand of violet sword chi shot violently towards her for both sides. Imo Qingyu grunted coldly, and then she waved her hand before she transformed into a strand of light wind that vanished on the spot with the golden bell-shaped cover. In the next moment, she appeared over 30 m away in the distance. Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi's expressions changed violently when they witnessed this scene. Imo Qingyu's speed was truly too swift, and it was swift to the point they were utterly unable to catch up to her. In his anxiety, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he swiftly shouted, "Little fellow, someone's speed is faster than yours. Are you still not going to come out here?" Chapter 331. Chapter 331 Critical Moment. A violet glow flashed into appearance, and then the violet mink appeared in front of Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi. She gazed at them, blinked, and then turned to look at Imo Qingyu, who had almost vanished from the end of their fields of vision. The little fellow's eyes instantly lit up upon noticing Imo Qingyu's unreal speed, and then she raised her little claw and waved it. As she dashed swiftly, Imo Qingyu gazed at the golden bell-shaped cover in her hand, and her eyes revealed undisguised excitement and happiness. If it was in a battle, then perhaps she would be a match for the joint forces of Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi, but if it was in terms of fleeing, then even if the amount of Yang Yes and Xiao Yushis were multiplied by 10, it would still be useless before someone like her who had comprehended wind intent. In other words, the ninth hell-cold gale definitely belonged to her. When she thought up to here, even someone as composed as her couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on the corners of her mouth. However, right at this moment, her pupils suddenly constricted, and then her figure twisted strangely as if her body had been broken into two and forcefully moved around 30 m to the side. As soon as Shed moved away, a ray of violet light mysteriously appeared where she was standing just a moment ago. Imo Qingyu's expression became solemn as she gazed at the violet ray of light that had just appeared there abruptly. However, right at this moment, her pupils constricted once more because layers of violet light barriers had actually appeared mysteriously around her. Imo Qingyu's face fell while a wisp of a ruthless expression flashed through her eyes. Her fair fingers moved slightly, and then a few dozen strands of green swords chi instantly blasted onto the violet barriers of light. With the boost provided by her 7th-level sword intent, those fierce and sharp strands of sword chi had instantly created an enormous hole on the barrier of light, and then her figure flashed through it like a breeze. However, as soon as she left the barrier alight, a ray of violet light suddenly appeared in front of her, and it obstructed her path. Imo Qingyu's expression swiftly turned savage, and then a green energy sword appeared in her palm. After that, she slashed it swiftly, and a light bang resounded as the violet light instantly dispersed. This time, she didn't dare hold back at all, and she rose her speed to its limits. She transformed into a ray of green light that flashed towards the distance. However, Shed merely moved less than 30 m away when another ray of violet light appeared in front of her. No, it was just one this time. Almost 100 rays of violet light had appeared in front of her this time. "Fuck off!" Imo Qingyu shouted explosively while she slashed with her sword, and a strand of green sword chi flashed into appearance. Everywhere it passed, the violet rays of light were instantly obliterated. However, Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi seized this opportunity to appear in front of Imo Qingyu. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became extremely solemn as he gazed at Imo Qingyu, who revealed a slightly savage expression. Her speed was something that even spirit realm experts who could form wings with their profound energy would still be unable to catch up to. If he didn't have the little fellow, then he would probably have no choice but to just watch as she fled. Imo Qingyu didn't continue fleeing. Undisguised ghastly killing intent appeared in Imo Qingyu's eyes as she gazed at the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder, and then she said, "A spatial mink. Others might fear your spatial mink clan, but my Imo clan doesn't." As soon as she finished speaking, her fair fingers moved lightly, and then a few dozen strands of sword chi shot down violently like raindrops at the violet mink. Swish! A strand of saber chi that was around 30 m long flashed through the air. Everywhere it passed, the sword chi was instantly dispersed, and the saber chi didn't slow down at all as it shot violently towards Imo Qingyu. It was naturally Xiao Yushi who had executed this strand of saber chi. This time, she hadn't held back at all, and it was enhanced by her 7th level saber in tint. So, it could be said to be fierce and sharp to the limit, causing Imo Qingyu's sword chi to be utterly unable to resist it at all. Imo Qingyu's eyes narrowed when she saw the saber chi approach her, and her gaze was bone-piercingly cold as she slashed with her sword. A strand of green sword chi flashed out from the tip of her sword, and it collided with Xiao Yushi's saber chi. Bang! An enormous bang resounded while the sword chi and saber chi dispersed into nothingness. Xiao Yushi, do you really want to die? Imo Qingyu gazed murderously at Xiao Yushi. Leave the 9th hell cold gale spirit behind? Xiao Yushi pointed her curved saber at Imo Qingyu and said, perhaps I'm unable to kill you while I'm alone, but you don't have a chance if both he and the spatial mink are included. Imo Qingyu glanced at the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder, and then her eyes narrowed slightly. If this spatial mink wasn't present here, then she could leave Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi behind. However, it was impossible for her to flee in the presence of this little fellow. On the other hand, even she had no choice but to admit that it wasn't realistic to think about killing a spatial mink, especially when it was one at the peak of the king rank. Imo Qingyu gazed at Yang Yi and said, the 9th hell cold gale isn't something you can subdue at all, and only death awaits you even if you take it. Don't you understand? That's my problem. Yang Yi said, just as Yushi said, it's impossible for any one of us to kill you by ourselves. However, you wouldn't be a match for us if we joined forces. So, hand it over and we'll let you leave. Is that so? Imo Qingyu laughed coldly, and then she said, then allow me to give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, 1,000 green energy swords suddenly appeared in front of her. In the next moment, her peak 7th level sword in tint sprayed out, and those green energy swords instantly seemed as if they were material swords upon being enhanced by her 7th level sword in tint. Yang Ye's eyes turned icy cold as well. He waved his right hand and 2 sword chests appeared in his hands. With a command in his heart, the swords within them instantly shot into the sky, and then Yang Ye's eyes gradually turned crimson red as he said, since you want to give it a try, then be my guest. As soon as he finished speaking, he issued a command in his heart, and the over 100 swords in the air had instantly trembled before strands of violet-colored sword chi shot out violently from within them. The sword chi seemed like shooting stars as they flashed down towards Imo Qingyu. Because the tiny vortex had become Yang Ye's dantian, even an Exalt Realm expert was probably unable to compete with the amount of profound energy he possessed in his dantian. So, Yang Yi didn't hold back at all, and sword chi shot incessantly from those 100-plus swords. In merely 2 breaths of time, no less than a few thousand strands of violet sword chi had appeared, and their might was extremely shocking. Imo Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly when she witnessed this scene, and she said, so, you aren't as weak as I imagined. But so what? As soon as she finished speaking, her fair hands moved slightly, and then another 2,000 green energy swords suddenly appeared in front of her. After that, the 3,000 green energy swords transformed into rays of light under her command, and they covered the sky as they shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Bang! 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 Numerous world-shaking explosions resounded in this underground area, and then waves of air surged incessantly towards the surroundings, causing space to warp wherever they passed. At the same time, the ground in the surroundings started to tremble violently while numerous arm-thick rifts split open and stretched incessantly towards the surroundings. It was even to the extent that some areas had started to collapse, causing the entire underground area to be in a mess. After a short while, the waves of air dispersed. Both of them could be said to be in extremely sorry states right now. Imo Qingyu's entire body was covered in scars, and her clothes were tattered to the point patches of her flesh beneath it were exposed. However, her life wasn't in danger at all before there was a green layer of light beneath her clothes, and it was exactly this layer of light that allowed her to block off that rain of sword chi that Yang Yi had executed. Yang Yi was in an even worse state. The clothes all over his body had transformed into rags. Of course, he wasn't nude because Head utilized the violet gold armor. If he didn't possess this armor and relied solely on his physical body to resist those innumerable energy swords that were enhanced by 7th level sword intent, then the outcome was quite uncertain. However, even if he utilized the violet gold armor, it still hurt for Yang Yi. Those energy swords were truly too sharp and swift, and while the energy swords dispersed upon stabbing him, the 7th level sword intent that enhanced them remained. If he hadn't comprehended sword intent himself, then Mo Qingyu would probably be able to rely solely on her 7th level sword intent to kill him. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He didn't want to delay any longer because he was determined to obtain the 9th Hell Cold Gale. He nodded to Xiao Yushi, and the latter understood his intentions. She took a step forward while the profound energy within her body surged, and then a strand of light flashed out from her saber and shot explosively towards Mo Qingyu. At the same time, the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder waved its little claw as well, and then a violet barrier of light instantly appeared around Mo Qingyu and closing off the surroundings. Moreover, that wasn't the end of it. The little fellow continued waving her claws. In an instant, countless rays of violet light shot through space and instantly arrived within the confine of the light barrier before they blasted down towards Mo Qingyu. Yang Yi didn't stand there idly as well. He issued a command in his heart, and those 100+ swords transformed into rays of violet light that dived down towards Mo Qingyu, who was trapped within the light barrier. Mo Qingyu's expression finally changed when she witnessed this scene. She was confident in fighting any one of them by herself. However, if she were to face Yang Yi, Xiao Yushi, and the terrifying spatial mink together, then she had no advantage in numbers or strength, and it was even to the extent that she had no advantage in terms of speed. So, how could she resist them? Mo Qingyu took a deep breath. She glanced at the green tornado within the golden bell-shaped cover in her right hand, and then a wisp of reluctance flashed in her eyes. But it was only for an instant. In the next moment, a wisp of a vicious expression flashed in her eyes, and she said in a slightly frenzied tone, "Since it's like this, then no one will get it." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and the golden bell-shaped cover instantly released the green tornado. After that, the golden bell-shaped cover expanded into an enormous size, and then it covered her instead. Bang! Their attacks descended onto the golden cover, and thunderous rumbling instantly resounded here. However, the golden cover merely trembled and was completely unharmed. After being stunned on the spot for a moment, the green tornado swiftly transformed into a strand of green light that flashed towards the distance, and its speed was even slightly swifter than Mo Qingyu. In just an instant, it was already over 150 m away. Yang Ye's pupils constricted violently when he witnessed this scene, and then he swiftly shouted, "Little fellow, get it?" The violet mink nodded, and then she flashed and instantly arrived over 100 m away. After that, she waved her little claw, and a strand of violet light instantly enveloped the green tornado. However, the green tornado had struggled free of the violet light barrier after a mere instant had passed, and then it continued flashing towards the distance. The little fellow was instantly infuriated when she witnessed this scene. She raised her little claw, and then waved it forcefully. Chapter 332. Chapter 332 Mental State. In an instant, almost 100 strands of violet light instantly enveloped the green tornado surroundings. Layer after layer of violet light surrounded the green tornado. However, the tornado didn't just wait helplessly for death to arrive. It ceaselessly smashed itself against the violet light barriers, and layer after layer of the barriers were being blasted apart as it collided incessantly with them. However, a new layer would immediately appear once a layer was blasted apart, and such a cycle caused the green tornado to be forcefully trapped there. At the same time that Shed trapped the 9th Hell Cold Gale, the violet mink didn't forget to send a few rays of violet light at the green tornado. Obviously, she was very annoyed by it. Unfortunately, the rays of violet light were minced into nothingness before they could even approach the 9th Hell Cold Gale. Mo Qingyu's face fell when she saw that it had been trapped. She originally thought that Yang Ye's group would be unable to capture it. After all, It was much faster than her even with the boost from the wind intent that Shed comprehended. However, Shed never imagined that the spatial mink would actually be so abnormal and actually possess such a shocking divine ability. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi suddenly said to Yang Yi, "You go subdue it. The violet mink and I will hold Emo Qingyu back." Yang Yi nodded, and then his figure flashed towards the green tornado. Emo Qingyu's expression changed when she saw him flash towards the green tornado, and she was just about to attack when a ray of violet light and a ray of cold light instantly appeared in front of her. Yang Yi arrived before the light barriers, and his expression was extremely solemn as he gazed at the green tornado that was rampaging about within the confines of the violet light barriers. It was a natural treasure, and Yang Yi couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the scene of the past when he subdued the nether ghost flame. That sort of feeling where living was worse than death was truly terrifying. Moreover, he had Elder Mu's help at that time. Would I be able to subdue a natural treasure by relying solely on my own strength now? Yang Yi was slightly hesitant and doubtful. At the same time that Yang Yi was hesitating, the light barriers that trapped the ninth hell-cold gale grew thinner and thinner from its ferocious attacks. Moreover, it seemed to have been infuriated now, and the speed it spun had actually increased by more than 10 times. Even though space wasn't destroyed as it spun, space had started to warp slightly. It was silent, extremely silent. Yang Yi felt as if every single sound in the surroundings had stopped while he gazed at the ninth hell-cold gale. Yes, he was unable to hear the sounds of the battle between Xiao Yushi and Emo Qingyu. At this moment, he was only able to hear his own heartbeat. He was filled with boundless confidence before they'd captured the ninth hell-cold gale, but once they had, his confidence had wavered. His intuition and senses told him that he was utterly unable to succeed in subduing it with the strength he currently possessed, because the energy contained within that thumb-sized mini-tornado could really destroy mountains and boil oceans. So, how could the body of a human like him subdue a treasure of the heavens and the earth? His hopes were great, but reality was cruel. If I don't give up, then it's very likely that I'll die. Once I die, then everything would come to naught. Am I willing to die? I'm naturally not willing to die. After all, I still have many things that I need to do, and there are many things in this world that I'm reluctant to part with. But would I be willing to give up? I'm naturally unwilling. What was the reason I came to the ancient battlefield for? It was naturally for the sake of becoming stronger. So long as I subdue the ninth hell-cold gale, then I'll naturally have a foothold in the battles between those monstrous geniuses in the future. Or to take it even further, how would I resist the Flower Palace if I didn't become stronger? If I'm unable to save my mother, then what would be the point of living? In other words, if Yang Yi didn't become stronger, then living was equivalent to death for him. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi started laughing. Yes, he was laughing. In the path of cultivation, and especially in the path of the Sword Dao, one wasn't cultivating cultivation techniques or combat techniques. It was actually the heart that was being cultivated. The path of cultivation was filled with difficulties. If one wasn't able to stay true to the heart, then how could one stride to the peak of the martial Dao? The greatest challenge on the path of cultivation wasn't natural endowment, cultivation techniques, or resources. It was one's mental state. Would someone with a formidable mental state be a weakling? Since the ancient times until now, how many experts had relied on cultivation techniques and natural endowment to rise to the peak of the martial Dao? The heart was the most difficult to cultivate. Even if had attained the enlightened sword heart and peak 6th level sword intent, his mental state was still flawed. Fortunately, Head realized it now. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a wisp of a resolute expression flashed in his eyes. Instead of living as a good-for-nothing fellow in the future, why don't I risk it all now? Isn't it just a natural treasure? I've already subdued one in the past, so why should I hesitate? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the green tornado that had just smashed through the last violet light barrier, and then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. In an instant, Yang Yi's pupils constricted violently, because the flesh and blood on his palm had been instantly minced into mush when he grabbed the green tornado. Yang Yi didn't dare hesitate or stop, and he opened his mouth and sucked forcefully to swallow it into him. After that, At the instant it entered him, Yang Yes' eyes instantly opened wide, and then his face warped. Subsequently, blood streamed out from Yang Yes' 7 apertures. Moreover, strands of bone piercingly cold winds actually started to slowly seep out from within him. The cold wind didn't disperse, and it enveloped the surroundings and ceaselessly eroded Yang Yes' body. How did Yang Yi feel right now? He felt pain. Pain that struck deep into his marrow. Pain that struck deep into his soul. Had already tasted physical pain when he subdued the nether ghost flames, so he was mentally prepared for the physical pain. However, it was different this time because it came with pain that came from the soul. After the green tornado entered Yang Yes' body, it hadn't moved about to destroy his internal organs, and it had ceaselessly emanated cold gales with the intention of assaulting Yang Yes' soul instead. The pain from his soul was much more terrifying than any physical pain. In merely an instant, Yang Yes' features had warped completely while his body couldn't help but tremble violently. Moreover, the cold wind around Yang Yi seemed like numerous sharp blades that were ceaselessly slicing his body. Even with the strength of his physical body, he was still covered in cuts because of this. The sharp pain from both his body and soul caused Yang Yes' consciousness to gradually become blurry. However, he knew that he couldn't lose consciousness, and he had to maintain a trace of clarity, because once that happened, then he would be unable to subdue it according to the method that Elder Mu had instructed him with. In other words, he would be eternally unable to wake up if he were to lose consciousness. After it was swallowed into Yang Yes' body, it started moving about Yang Yes' body like a curious child. Why didn't it try to damage the insides of Yang Yes' body? It was because Yang Yes' insides were covered by a layer of violet profound energy. Of course, this was done by Yang Yi because he would naturally not be completely unprepared before daring to swallow the 9th hell cold gale. The meridians within his body were already extremely strong. Now that they were protected by the violet profound energy, he felt that they should be able to resist the 9th hell cold gale as well. Of course, if it wanted to damage his body, then the violet profound energy would definitely be unable to stop the 9th hell cold gale for too long. However, to Yang Yes' surprise, it actually didn't attack his violet profound energy, and it wanted to approach the violet profound energy instead. Yes, the state it was in right now was slightly amusing, because it seemed to really like the violet profound energy, and it was slowly approaching it while seeming to be fearful of something. Right when it was about to come into contact with the violet profound energy, it would hurriedly retreat again. However, it seemed to be very reluctant, so it continued to approach the violet profound energy again. But it hurriedly withdrew itself every single time it was about to come into contact with the violet profound energy, and this continued in cycles. As for why Yang Yi was in such pain, it was because the 9th hell cold gale had instinctively emanated the bone-piercingly cold gales. Perhaps it was unaware that an unintentional action of it had caused Yang Yi to almost die. Why did Yang Yi dare to swallow the 9th hell cold gale? He was naturally relying on the tiny vortex. Just like the last time, Yang Yi had tried to utilize Elder Mu's technique to control it first. However, the results weren't promising, because once he utilized that technique, then the 9th hell cold gale's reaction would be huge, and it would move about within his body, causing Yang Yi to be overwhelmed by pain. Yang Yi forcefully suppressed the sharp pain that came from his body and soul, and then he started to utilize the second method. This method was to force the green tornado to the tiny vortex. If nothing unexpected happened, then the outcome would probably be the same as the nether ghost flame once it entered the tiny vortex. What method did he use to accomplish this? It was naturally the violet profound energy. The violet profound energy transformed into threads under Yang Yes' command, and he used them to slowly force the green tornado into the tiny vortex. The green tornado seemed to be very happy upon seeing the violet profound energy approach it. However, it seemed to be very fearful as well. It wanted to take the initiative to approach the violet profound energy but didn't dare, so it could only be slowly forced towards the tiny vortex. Xiao Yushi and Imo Qingyu weren't fighting anymore, because their battle was meaningless since the moment Yang Yi had swallowed the green tornado. As she gazed at Yang Yi, whose features were warped and seemed to be in extreme pain, Xiao Yushi's heart felt as if it was squeezed by something, and her feet moved slightly. She seemed to want to approach Yang Yi. However, she could only forcefully suppress this impulse when she thought about Imo Qingyu, who was standing at the side, and then she paid attention to Yang Yi while staying vigilant towards Imo Qingyu. The violet mink was the same. She wanted to see exactly what had happened to Yang Yi, but she couldn't because only she could obstruct Imo Qingyu's speed. He actually swallowed the ninth hell cold gale. Imo Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly while her eyes were filled with disbelief. Besides the fact that she could utilize the wind intent that Shed comprehended to influence the ninth hell cold gale, the reason she dared to target the ninth hell cold gale was also because her clan had prepared numerous things for her. However, Yang Yi had just swallowed it like that. At the same time that she felt disbelief because of this, she was also extremely shocked. Swish! Right at this moment, a whistle resounded through the air before a person appeared in front of Imo Qingyu and Xiao Yushi's eyes. Imo Qingyu's eyes lit up when she saw him, and then she glanced at Xiao Yushi while seeming to take pleasure in Xiao Yushi's misfortune. On the other hand, Xiao Yushi's expression had turned completely gloomy. Chapter 333. Chapter 333 Vitality Ignition. It was none other than Mu Jun who had arrived here. He wasn't really interested in the Nether God's spear, and had merely fought for it with Imoku because he didn't want it to fall into Imoke's hands. Now that it had fallen into the hands of another, he was naturally not interested to fight for it. In any case, it was fine so long as it didn't enter into Imoke's hands. When compared with the Nether God's spear, he was even more interested in the ninth hell cold gale. After all, it was a natural treasure. Even the exalted Han Empire only had one natural treasure. If he was able to obtain the ninth hell cold gale, then his strength would definitely improve greatly. At that time, could anyone in the entire ancient battlefield be a match for him, Mu Jun? Even he didn't dare say that he was unrivaled in the ancient battlefield that monstrous geniuses gathered at. However, it would be different if he possessed the ninth hell cold gale. So, Head followed them. He glanced at the situation here, and then his gaze descended onto Yang Yi in the end. After that, he frowned and said, "Am I too late?" "Of course not." Meanwhile, Imo Qingyu grinned and said, "You can say that you came at just the right time." Mu Jun glanced at Imo Qingyu and said, "He hasn't succeeded yet?" "Of course." Imo Qingyu said. He forcefully swallowed it into his body. "Even though I don't know what method he intends to utilize to subdue it, based on the current situation, he seems to have a slight chance. However, he still hasn't subdued it now. In other words, we still have a chance." "We?" Mu Jun was stunned, and then he glanced at the violet mink and Xiao Yushi before he chuckled lightly. He said, "You're right, it is we. What do you think about discussing the ownership of the ninth hell cold gale after we deal with Yang Yi?" "I think it's acceptable." Imo Qingyu glanced at Xiao Yushi and said, "I can stop her, but that spatial mink is slightly troublesome. Do you have any way to deal with it?" Mu Jun glanced at the violet mink, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "My exalted Han Empire can be considered to be on friendly terms with your spatial mink clan." So, he hadn't finished speaking when Mu Jun's face fell, and then his figure flashed away from where he stood. At the same time, a ray of violet light appeared where he was standing a moment ago. Looks like it refuses to acknowledge that. Meanwhile, Imo Qingyu suddenly grinned and said, "Mu Jun, don't waste your breath. This spatial mink will definitely not allow you to attack Yang Yi. Even though I don't know why it's protecting a human to such an extent, but it's a fact. So, you should just attack." Mu Jun nodded, and then he said, "Since it's like that, then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Jun's figure flashed explosively towards Yang Yi. A wisp of a vicious expression flashed in the violet mink's eyes when she saw this, and then her pupils instantly turned maroon. She waved her little claw, and the space in front of Mu Jun had instantly warped severely. Mu Jun's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene, and he had a solemn expression in his eyes. He clenched his right palm into a fist, and then he turned around and smashed his fist towards the violet mink. In an instant, a golden, enormous dragon made of energy shot forward violently and smashed towards the violet mink. The violet mink blinked, and then her figure flashed and vanished on the spot before appearing over 60 m away. However, that golden dragon suddenly turned around and shot explosively towards the violet mink again. The violet mink blinked again. Obviously, she was slightly unable to figure out what was happening. However, she didn't have the time to think about all of this right now. She waved her little claw again, and then a ray of violet light instantly blasted at the golden dragon. While the violet mink fought Mu Jun, Imo Qingyu was in confrontation with Xiao Yushi instead. Their strengths were roughly comparable, so it was utterly meaningless unless they fought with their lives on the line. So, they didn't attack each other. The spatial mink won't be able to stop Mu Jun. Imo Qingyu casually waved the energy sword in her hand as she said, I admit that no one in the King realm can catch up to it if it flees. However, the problem is, would it flee? I wouldn't. So, it will lose if the battle continues, right? After that, Yang Yi will die. Don't you think so too? Xiao Yushi's brows knit together tightly while her grip on her saber grew tighter and tighter while her saber intent grew more and more violent. Bang! Right at this moment, rumbling resounded here, and then the two of them looked over towards the sound of the rumbling. They saw a wave of energy erupt from between Mu Jun and the violet mink. After the wave of energy dispersed, Mu Jun shook his head slowly and said, I didn't want to do this, but if I didn't, then even I would be helpless against you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Jun flipped his palm, and then a golden rope appeared in his hand. Xiao Yushi's expression changed when she saw this golden rope, and then she suddenly shouted, Little fellow, run. The little fellow was stunned, and her little face was covered in a puzzled expression. Right at this moment, Mu Jun moved his wrist, and the golden rope swished through space and arrived in front of the violet mink. After that, it coiled around the violet mink and trapped her in it. At the same time, a strand of faint golden energy seeped out incessantly from within the golden rope and invaded the violet mink's body. The violet mink was slightly flustered. She waved her claw while her figure flashed. However, no matter where she flashed off to, that golden rope was constantly coiled around her body. Don't waste your time. Mu Jun said indifferently, This immortal binding rope is a Tao artifact. So long as you've been locked onto by it, then it'll stay around you no matter where you flee to. Moreover, it'll ceaselessly exhaust the energy within your body. In a short while, you'll become completely weakened. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Jun paid no further attention to the violet mink that was struggling with all her might, and he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. However, right at this moment, Xiao Yushi's figure flashed explosively towards Mu Jun. Unfortunately, Shed just moved when Imo Qingyu appeared in front of her and said, You should just stay here obediently. As soon as she finished speaking, she slashed with her sword, and a strand of green sword chi flashed. Fuck off! Xiao Yushi shouted furiously while her white hair instantly started fluttering. In the next moment, her countenance turned ghastly pale almost instantaneously. It wasn't just her countenance, even her white hair grew whiter, and her saber intent rose to the 8th level in an instant. Moreover, her imposing aura rose explosively by almost 5 times as well. Mu Jun and Imo Qingyu's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, and Imo Qingyu cried out involuntarily. Ignition of vitality. Xiao Yushi, you actually ignited your vitality for a man. Are you aware that you only had less than 5 years of life before this? Now that you've ignited your vitality, you wouldn't even be able to live for a year. What does that have to do with you? Xiao Yushi shouted fiercely, and then she suddenly slashed with the curved saber in her hand. A strand of cold light seemed to pierce through space as it instantly arrived in front of Imo Qingyu. Imo Qingyu's pupils constricted while she swiftly slashed with her sword, causing a strand of green sword chi to shoot out explosively and collide with the strand of cold light. However, they had just come into contact when Imo Qingyu's green sword chi instantly vanished in midair like snow that had fallen into boiling oil. 8th level saber intent was actually that terrifying. Imo Qingyu didn't dare to go head-on against this attack, so she utilized her speed to its limits and vanished on the spot. After she forced Imo Qingyu back with a single swing of her saber, Xiao Yushi suddenly turned around and shot explosively towards Mu Jun. The latter revealed a solemn expression, yet didn't show any fear. He clenched his right palm tightly into a fist before he smashed it forcefully towards Xiao Yushi. Roar! A dragon roar shot into the sky, and then 3 enormous golden dragons that were formed by energy had suddenly appeared. After that, they dived down towards Xiao Yushi. The 3 golden dragons seemed like living beings that had intelligence of their own. Their bodies shot forward to collide against Xiao Yushi. Everywhere they passed, a wave of trembling arose in space, and it was an extremely terrifying sight. The expression on Xiao Yushi's pale face didn't change at all. She drew her saber and slashed, causing a strand of saber chi to flash into appearance. In an instant, the saber chi slashed once of the golden dragons into dispersal. After that, she slashed once more, and a cold light flashed before another golden dragon vanished in midair. However, a mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth as well, and her countenance turned ghastly pale to a shocking degree and didn't have even a tint of redness on it. When the 3rd golden dragon arrived in front of Xiao Yushi, a wisp of a resolute expression flashed in her eyes, and then she drew her saber once more and slashed with it. A cold light flashed before the enormous golden dragon was instantly transformed into nothingness. However, Xiao Yushi spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Moreover, her body even started trembling violently while her saber intent ceased to be orderly like it was before this, and it had started to become disorderly. Right when Xiao Yushi was about to follow up with another attack, almost 100 strands of green-colored sword chi had appeared behind her, and it caused her expression to change. She didn't dare be careless. She swiftly turned around and swung her saber a few times, causing numerous strands of cold light to flash forward and disperse those strands of sword chi. However, not only did her countenance turn even paler now, even her eyes gradually turned white. "You're very strong," Mu Jun spoke in a heavy voice when he saw those 3 golden dragons and the 100 strands of green sword chi being slashed apart by Xiao Yushi. "My Mortal Emperor Fist is a high-grade heaven-rank combat technique, but I never expected that it wouldn't even be a match for a single slash of your saber. Unfortunately, this is bound to be something that only lasts for a short while. You've ignited your vitality to forcefully improve your strength. That itself is an action that defies the heavens. Now that you're attacking successively, you're suffering from backlash, right? Your vitality is already gradually vanishing. I guess you don't even have half a year left. Was it worth it to do that for a man?" Emo Qingyu spoke indifferently from the side. Xiao Yushi's brows raised, yet she didn't speak. She merely raised her curved blade slowly and pointed it at them. "As you wish." Mu Jun nodded slowly, and then he took a step forward. However, he directly appeared in front of Xiao Yushi in the next moment, and then his fist smashed directly towards Xiao Yushi's head. There were no flashy or unnecessary movements in his attack, and it was just a very simple punch. Distance manipulation. Xiao Yushi's pupils constricted, and she didn't hesitate to execute a horizontal slash. Bang! Mu Jun's fist struck Xiao Yushi's curved saber, and the formidable strength behind his punch instantly caused the curved blade to be bent at a shocking angle, and it seemed as if it was broken. On the other hand, Xiao Yushi, who stood behind the curved blade, spat out another mouthful of blood, and then her body was blasted flying by the formidable strength within Mu Jun's punch. As she flew backward, Xiao Yushi forcefully suppressed the backlash she was suffering and swiftly slashed with her saber, causing a strand of cold light to flash and instantly strike Mu Jun's fist. Hiss! Mu Jun's fist left a strand of fresh blood behind it as it flew off into the air. Mu Jun's expression instantly turned hideous as he shouted furiously, "You're courting death." Even though he could even regrow a new arm with the strength he possessed, when had he, Mu Jun, suffered such humiliation? He shouted furiously as his figure flashed and approached Xiao Yushi once more, and then he swiftly blasted his fist forward. 5 golden dragons flashed into appearance and smashed down towards Xiao Yushi. This time, they weren't just greater in number than before, even their size was much bigger than before. Moreover, these golden dragons that were formed from energy seemed even more material. They were lifelike and simply seemed like living dragons. Xiao Yushi's pupils constricted violently when she saw these 5 golden dragons coming at her. She took a deep breath and used all the strength within her to draw her sword and slash at them. A strand of saber chi that was almost 300 m long appeared, and it collided with those 5 golden dragons. Bang! An enormous world-shaking bang resounded, and then the saber chi and the 5 dragons dispersed in midair, causing a wave of energy to suddenly erupt from the point of collision. Xiao Yushi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that her attack had successfully destroyed those golden dragons. However, right at this moment, Emo Qingyu suddenly appeared in front of her, and then a ray of green light pierced through Xiao Yushi's chest. Chapter 334. Chapter 334 Regret. Xiao Yushi's eyes opened wide, and then the light in her pure white eyes had gradually dispersed before they slowly closed. She had gazed at Yang Yi at the moment before her eyes closed, but this glance was eternal. Bang! Right at this moment, a strand of flames shot into the sky from within Yang Yi. The flames rose explosively along with the wind, and the surroundings were instantly covered in an ocean of fire. Emo Qingyu and Mu Jun's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene because those flames actually caused them to feel that it was extremely dangerous. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes and spat, causing the green tornado to instantly shoot out from within his mouth. The green tornado was stunned for a moment, and then it transformed into a ray of green light that flashed towards the distance with a swish. Yang Yi hadn't subdued the 9th hell-cold gale. Just as Head wished, Head forced it into his vortex dantian, and just as it was with the nether ghost flame, the tiny vortex seemed to pose an extreme threat to the green tornado, and it instantly seemed paralyzed upon entering the tiny vortex. Yang Yi was delighted by this sight, and he hurriedly started utilizing the method Elder Mu had taught him to take control of the 9th hell-cold gale. However, right when he was about to succeed, Head sensed the scene in the outside world. Head sensed how the little fellow had been trapped and Xiao Yushi had fallen. Emo Qingyu and Mu Jun were stunned when they saw the green tornado flash by. Emo Qingyu didn't hesitate at all to transform into a breeze that flashed explosively towards it. Mu Jun's face fell, and then he gazed at the violet mink and hesitated for a moment before he waved his right hand. The immortal binding rope instantly flew back into his hand. He didn't dare to kill this spatial mink, otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a war between the spatial mink clan and the exalted Han Empire. At that time, even his father might not be able to protect him. After he retrieved the immortal binding rope, Mu Jun's figure flashed, and then a pair of golden wings instantly appeared behind him. After that, his figure instantly appeared over 100 m in the distance from a single flap of it. Both Mu Jun and Emo Qingyu didn't have the time to pay attention to Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi right now because the 9th hell-cold gale was the most important to them. Yang Yi walked slowly towards Xiao Yushi, and a strand of regret instantly crept out from the bottom of his heart as he gazed at her lying there with a ghastly pale countenance and closed eyes. In his entire lifetime, Yang Yi had never done anything that he regretted, but he really did regret it this time. He regretted allowing Xiao Yushi to follow him. He regretted trying to subdue the 9th hell-cold gale, and he regretted allowing the little fellow and Xiao Yushi to face his enemies alone. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. 2 streams of clear tears flowed gradually from his eyes. Yang Yi suddenly raised his head and roared furiously while his eyes were instantly suffused by a blood-red hue, and then boundless slaughter sword intent erupted explosively from within him. The nether ghost flame in the air seemed to have sensed Yang Yi's rage as well, and it suddenly exploded with a bang, causing the ocean of flames to surge explosively without end. Everywhere it passed, only nothingness was left behind. The clear tears that flowed from Yang Yi's eyes were gradually replaced by 2 streams of blood. A violet glow flashed, and then the violet mink appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. At this moment, the violet mink was extremely mink. Her violet pupils were dim, while the violet glow she emanated was extremely faint, and it seemed as if it would disperse at any moment. The violet mink embraced Yang Yi's neck before she rubbed her head against Yang Yi's face with all her might. However, she seemed to be too weak, and she hadn't even rubbed his face twice when she fell from his shoulder. Yang Yi caught the violet mink when she was about to hit the ground, and his eyes grew even more bloody red as he gazed at her weak state. He rubbed the little fellow's head before placing the violet mink in the pool of violet profound energy within the tiny vortex, and then his gaze descended onto Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi squatted down before slowly taking her into his arms, and then the violet profound energy within his body surged violently into Xiao Yushi's body. Based on her outward appearance alone, there was no vitality within her body at all, and she was completely dead. Yang Yi didn't know why he was acting in this way, or it was because he merely wanted to give it a try and save her. Even if he only had a trace of hope, or didn't even have that, he still wanted to give it a try. As his violet profound energy surged incessantly into her, Xiao Yushi's body was gradually covered in a layer of violet light, and her ghastly pale countenance slowly turned rosy. Moreover, the hold in her chest had gradually healed. Even though all of this was a slow process, it had actually happened. Yang Yi was overjoyed by this, and he hurriedly sent out his violet profound energy at an insane pace. 2 hours gradually passed. The hold in Xiao Yushi's chest had healed completely, and her countenance had returned to normal. However, her body was still without any vitality, and her eyes were still shut tightly. Yang Yi was in panic, and the profound energy within his body surged madly once more. Another hour passed, but Xiao Yushi's body was still without any trace of vitality. Why? Yang Yi muttered softly while seeming as if had lost his soul. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he closed his eyes slightly before immersing his consciousness into his body. After that, he said to the door that stood above the pool of violet profound energy, "I know you definitely have a way to save her, right?" There was no reaction from the tightly closed door. "I don't know exactly what sort of existence you are, nor do I know why you chose me. However, I know that you have the ability to save her. So, if you refuse to save her, then let's just perish together," said Yang Yi. There was still no reaction from the tightly closed door. "Since it's like that," Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes before he said, "Then let's perish together." As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden sword in his hand shot into the sky, and then it transformed into a ray of light that descended straight towards his forehead. He was gambling this time. He was gambling that the tiny vortex wouldn't dare to perish along with him, or perhaps it could be said that the tiny vortex needed him. If the tiny vortex needed him, then his gamble would pay off because not only would it prevent his death, it would also save Xiao Yushi. If he failed the gamble, how could he even bother to think about that at a time like this? As for the violet mink's safety, Head naturally thought about that as well. Even if he died, the tiny vortex would absolutely not be harmed at all. So, since it would be fine, then the violet mink who resided within it would definitely be fine as well. He was gambling on whether the tiny vortex needed him. If it needed him, then he would have succeeded. If it didn't, then he would die. Even though he had many things he was reluctant to give up on and many things he had to do. But at this moment, he had to do this, even if it might take his life. Yang Yi was no god. It was impossible for him to take care of everyone he cared about, but he could act within the limits of his ability. This time, Yang Yi had made the right gamble. It seemed like something had stopped the hidden sword when it was merely half an inch away from Yang Yi's head, and it was unable to move even a centimeter further. After that, the door within Yang Yi's tiny vortex slowly opened before a strand of pure violet-colored profound energy directly entered into the center of Xiao Yushi's forehead. However, right at this moment, the sky was instantly covered in dark clouds, and then a bolt of divine lightning flashed down from within the dark clouds before it descended straight down. At this moment, the heavens and the earth were trembling. At ancient domain city that was 500 kilometers away from the ninth hell, a figure flashed up into the sky above the city and gazed towards the ninth hell while revealing an unprecedentedly solemn expression. This person was none other than the white-haired old man, Qian Huan. Qian Huan had a solemn expression as he gazed towards the ninth hell and said, "Divine lightning is descending from the heavens. Who's doing something that defies the heavens?" At the moment it descended to the ground, the divine lightning didn't cause any damage to the ground at all, and it directly penetrated the ground and instantly arrived above Yang Yi. After that, It descended towards Xiao Yushi, who lied there in Yang Ye's arms. Yang Ye's expression changed rapidly when he noticed this bolt of divine lightning that appeared abruptly, because he was actually unable to arouse any intent to resist when facing it, and it was even to the extent that terror which came from the depths of his soul had instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to actually be on the verge of lying prostrate on the ground. What exactly is that? This question had just flashed through his mind before a wisp of ruthlessness appeared in Yang Ye's eyes. He flipped his palm, and then a strand of green sword chi shot explosively towards the divine lightning. The divine lightning was descending towards Xiao Yushi, so how could Yang Yi retreat? However, right at this moment, a strand of violet profound energy suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then it collided with the bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The divine lightning instantly dispersed before Yang Ye's astounded gaze. After it crushed the bolt of divine lightning with a single strike, the strand of pure violet profound energy instantly flew back into Yang Ye's body. Subsequently, a strand of violet light flashed and enveloped Xiao Yushi, who laid there on the ground, and then it flashed once more as it instantly took Xiao Yushi into the door within Yang Ye's tiny vortex. After that, the door was shut. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. What does this mean? What does this mean? Is she alive, or is she dead? What does all of that mean? Where did it take Xiao Yushi? What exactly was that bolt of divine lightning from before? Why did it suddenly appear underground? A string of questions was flashing incessantly through Yang Ye's mind. However, right at this moment, Yang Ye's expression changed abruptly before he raised his head to gaze towards the distance, and he saw a green ray of light flash over from afar. Yang Ye's pupils constricted when he saw this because the green ray of lightning was the ninth Hell Cold Gale's Gale Spirit. Moreover, there were two people behind it, and it was none other than Mu Jun and Imo Qingyu. Yang Ye's gaze instantly turned icy cold upon noticing them. At the same time, a strand of bloody red instantly suffused his eyes. Right when Yang Yi was about to act, the ninth Hell Cold Gale had suddenly arrived in front of him. Or to be more precise, it had arrived where Xiao Yushi was lying just moments ago. It seemed to be searching for something, and it was ceaselessly flickering back and forth. Yang Yi was stunned by this, and then he paid no further attention to it. At this moment, the ninth Hell Cold Gale wasn't attractive to him at all, and the hidden sword in his hand caused a wave of fluctuations around it as his gaze locked onto Imo Qingyu. However, right at this moment, the ninth Hell Cold Gale suddenly appeared in front of him, and then it jumped about incessantly as if it was asking Yang Yi something. Fuck off. I don't have the fucking time to waste on you. Yang Yi shouted furiously before his figure flashed explosively towards Imo Qingyu. Chapter 335. Chapter 335. An arm. Yang Yi hadn't held back at all. His slaughter sword intent surged violently while his speed rose to its limits. Of course, just think wasn't sufficient to kill Imo Qingyu. When he was less than 10 m away from her, a strand of fine flames had instantly suffused Yang Ye's hidden sword. When this strand of flames appeared, the temperature in the air had instantly become hot. Moreover, an expanse of mist swiftly appeared everywhere he passed. It was mist that was created by the evaporation of the air caused by the strand of flames. Earlier, had completely disregarded vengeance in order to save Xiao Yushi. Presently, the tiny vortex had lent a hand and Xiao Yushi's life was probably not in danger. Since she was safe, then it was naturally time for him to take revenge. Even though he didn't know why the ninth Hell Cold Gale had come back, it wasn't important to him. The important thing to him was that Imo Qingyu had made an appearance here. This strike could be said to be Yang Ye's strongest attack because he hadn't just utilized his slaughter sword intent and violet profound energy, had even utilized his strongest trump card, the Nether Ghost Flame. Had stopped concealing it, and the objective behind this was naturally to kill Imo Qingyu. As for Imo Qingyu's identity, not to mention a hidden clan, Yang Yi wouldn't hesitate to kill her even if she was the daughter of the sword sect's founding ancestor. Earlier, while Imo Qingyu and Mu Jun were pursuing the ninth Hell Cold Gale, they didn't know what had gone through its mind, but it had actually turned around and traveled back from where it came. Moreover, its speed was even faster than when it was fleeing. It was like it had noticed something extraordinary. This made Imo Qingyu and Mu Jun feel puzzled. Even though they were puzzled, they didn't give up. Both of them increased their speeds to their respective limits and pursued the ninth hell cold gale. Imo Qingyu had just arrived here when her expression changed violently, because a strand of terrifying aura was moving directly at her. Her heart shook when she saw that it was Yang Yi. Yang Yi is actually that strong? She didn't continue thinking about this question because Yang Yi had already arrived in front of her. Imo Qingyu grunted coldly before a green sword flashed into appearance in her grasp, and then her wrist moved slightly. The green sword left a string of afterimages behind as it slashed down towards Yang Yi. She hadn't held back at all when executing this attack, and her 7th level sword intent surged out without reservation, because Shed sensed a trace of terror from Yang Yi's sword. Mu Jun glanced at Yang Yi and Imo Qingyu before he withdrew his gaze. In his opinion, it didn't make a difference whether Yang Yi or Imo Qingyu died. Now that the two of them were fighting, it just happened to be the best opportunity to capture the ninth hell cold gale. His figure flashed explosively towards the ninth hell cold gale. However, his pupils suddenly constricted before he swiftly turned his head to look at Yang Yi and Imo Qingyu. Bang! The sword in Yang Yi's hand collided directly with Imo Qingyu's sword, and then her eyes opened wide while astonishment filled them. In the next moment, a light bang resounded as that heaven-rank sword was instantly transformed into nothingness, and then Yang Yi's sword slashed swiftly towards her head. However, a green barrier of light had suddenly appeared around Imo Qingyu when his sword was merely a few inches away from her, and it obstructed Yang Yi's sword. However, it only lasted for an instant before a light hissing sound resounded, and then the green barrier of light had been instantly transformed into nothingness, just like the green sword from before. At this moment, there wasn't just astonishment in Imo Qingyu's eyes, there was even extreme fear. Her sword was a low-grade heaven-rank sword, while the green barrier of light was the equipment spirit of a low-grade heaven-rank armor. However, they were actually unable to resist a single strike of Yang Yi's sword. At this moment, a strand of regret suddenly arose in Imo Qingyu's heart because she shouldn't have been careless and collided head-on with Yang Yi's attack. Even though Imo Qingyu was astounded that her low-grade heaven-rank armor had been destroyed, her reaction wasn't slow at all. She immediately utilized her wind intent, and then her figure surprisingly flashed towards the side. However, it was still a bit too late, and Yang Yi's sword slashed down from where her right arm resided. Hiss! Imo Qingyu's right arm instantly flew into the air, while leaving a string of blood behind it. Ah! A hysterical and furious howl resounded. Imo Qingyu's expression instantly turned savage while a strand of fierce, sharp, and violent sword intent shot into the sky from within her. Countless strands of sword chi appeared out of thin air around her, and they flickered while revealing a shocking scene. What's the point of going berserk? Yang Yi spoke in a ferocious tone. Just die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly slashed his sword down towards her. A strand of light violet sword chi instantly shot out from the tip of his sword, and it was extremely terrifying when enhanced by his 6th level slaughter sword intent, violet profound energy, and the strand of flames. The strand of violet sword chi was extremely swift, and it seemed as if it had pierced through space and instantly arrived in front of Imo Qingyu. Everywhere it passed, a long white line had been drawn through space, and the air there had been completely incinerated into nothingness. Moreover, it seemed like the space there had caught on fire, and it started to faintly warp. Imo Qingyu roared furiously. In an instant, the countless strands of sword chi around her instantly combined into one, and then they transformed into a ray of green light that collided with Yang Yi's violet sword chi. Bang! A wave of energy suddenly erupted from the point of collision, and the entire ground instantly cracked apart. The green sword chi and the violet sword chi dispersed. However, a strand of flames had soundlessly appeared in front of Imo Qingyu. Imo Qingyu's savage expression was instantly covered in horror when she saw this strand of flames, and she cried out involuntarily, "A natural treasure! You actually possess a natural treasure!" At this moment, she finally knew what made her feel terrified just now. It turned out to be this natural treasure. but even she didn't know which natural treasure it was. However, at this moment, she didn't have the time to think which natural treasure this strand of flame was. She didn't hesitate to utilize her wind and tint to its limits, and a gust of wind suddenly flashed before she vanished on the spot and appeared around 100 m away. Moreover, her speed didn't slow down at all as she flashed towards the distance. Merely 2 breaths of time had passed when Imo Qingyu's figure had vanished over 300 m away, and she only left a few words behind that drifted over from afar. Yang Yi, I'll repay you 100-fold for this severed arm of mine. Just you wait. 100-fold. A wisp of a helpless expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he watched her figure vanish in the distance. Her speed was truly too swift, and he was utterly unable to stop her from leaving without the little fellow by his side. However, it was fine because severing her arm could be considered as taking some interest from her. Moreover, they would meet again in the future, right? How truly shocking. Meanwhile, Mu Jun suddenly said, I never expected that such a monstrous genius like you would actually appear from somewhere insignificant like the Southern Territory. Not only have you comprehended slaughter sword and tint, you've even subdued a natural treasure. How unexpected. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He slashed with his sword, and a strand of violet sword chi shot forward explosively. How could there be anything to be said to this fellow who'd heavily injured the little fellow? Not only had this fellow heavily injured the little fellow, but had also caused Xiao Yushi to almost lose her life. So, Yang Yi naturally intended to take revenge for this. Since they were enemies, then talking was completely pointless. Mu Jun's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi attack, and then a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. He said, as expected of a sword cultivator, all of you really are extremely arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his left palm tightly into a fist, and then he blasted his fist forward. An enormous golden dragon formed from energy instantly flashed forward and collided with Yang Yi's sword chi. Bang! A wave of violet and golden energy swiftly swept out from the point of collision. Yang Yi suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot, and then his figure shot forward explosively. He instantly arrived before Mu Jun, and then his sword slashed down directly towards Mu Jun. It was enhanced by his slaughter sword intent, violet profound energy, and physical strength, so this strike could be said to be Yang Yi's strongest attack. Right, that strand of flames was included in it as well. Had witnessed how terrifying this attack was, so Mu Jun didn't dare act carelessly at all, nor did he dare to go head-on against it. The wings on his back flapped, and his figure swiftly vanished on the spot. However, he didn't flee, and he just appeared mysterious around 10 m behind Yang Yi. After that, an enormous golden energy dragon flickered into appearance and carried peerlessly terrifying might as it assaulted Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't turn around, and he closed his eyes slowly instead and extracted the distracting thoughts within his mind. In the next moment, he stabbed the hidden sword backward, and then a strand of violet sword chi shot violently towards the center of the golden dragon's forehead. Bang! The golden energy dragon was blasted apart amidst a rumbling explosion. Mu Jun's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes had a bewildered, puzzled, and shocked expression within them. Because Yang Yi's sword chi had actually attacked the weak point of that golden energy dragon. Was that a coincidence or intentional? If it was intentional, Mu Jun's expression turned solemn because the rumors said that Yang Yi possessed the enlightened sword heart. If the rumors were true, then wouldn't the techniques he relied upon become useless in front of this fellow? Yang Yi's eyes opened before his figure flashed, and he instantly arrived in front of Mu Jun. He flicked his wrist, and his sword slashed horizontally. Moreover, a strand of a flaming glow accompanied the strand of violet sword chi as it surged forward, and it was so swift that it instantly arrived before Mu Jun. Mu Jun's eyelids twitched when he saw that flaming glow because the energy contained within it caused even him to feel horrified. He didn't dare act carelessly at all. He swiftly stomped the ground with his right foot, and then a light hiss resounded as his figure vanished on the spot and appeared around 100 m away. However, in the next moment, he shot explosively towards Yang Yi, and then he unclenched his left fist and suddenly made a grabbing motion towards Yang Yi while he shouted, "Shackle!" In an instant, Yang Yi felt an invisible force appear in the space around him. This invisible force was like a rope that was slowly tightening around him, causing his entire body to feel as if it was shackled. A wisp of vicious expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he suddenly slashed. Break! A strand of violet sword chi that was accompanied by a strand of flames shot forward explosively. Everywhere it passed, the space around it warped, and then that feeling of being shackled vanished instantaneously. This time, Yang Yi didn't continue attacking. He gazed at Mu Jun instead, and then he laughed with contempt and said, "Mu Jun, you're a genius of the Central Territory, yet you don't even dare to go head-on against a single attack of mine?" Chapter 336. Chapter 336. Intense Battle. Mu Jun's expression instantly turned cold. When had he ever suffered such provocation? A strand of golden energy surged out explosively from within his body, and then a golden little dragon shot into the sky from amidst the golden energy. The golden energy dragon suddenly opened its mouth towards Yang Yi, and then a ray of golden light instantly whistled sharply through the air as it shot explosively towards Yang Yi. "Bring it on!" Yang Yi shouted while he swiftly stomped the ground with his right foot, and then a ray of violet light flashed as he charged into the sky and moved to collide head-on against the golden ray of energy. Bang! Yang Yi and the golden ray of light collided forcefully amidst Mu Jun's solemn gaze, and then a shocking and enormous bang resounded through this underground area. Mu Jun frowned, and then his eyes suddenly opened wide because a small flame had surprisingly appeared in front of him. Mu Jun's pupils instantly constricted violently upon noticing it, and then the golden energy within his body surged explosively towards his left hand. A golden dragon head appeared on his left hand, and then he swiftly smashed his fist against the flame. They just collided when the dragon head exploded into pieces, and it dispersed into golden specks of light. On the other hand, the flame didn't slow down at all as it shot explosively towards Mu Jun. This time, astonishment had appeared on his face for the first time. That punch from before had been a mid-grade heaven-rank combat technique, yet it was actually unable to resist this flame at all. Exactly what sort of existence is it? Mu Jun suppressed the astonishment in his heart while he squatted slightly, and then suddenly leaped up while the wings behind his back flapped swiftly. He instantly shot into the sky. In the end, he didn't dare to go head-on against this little flame of unknown origin, because once he failed to stop it, then Emo Qingyu was the best example. Mu Jun had just shot into the sky when a strand of violet sword chi descended straight down from above him. A vicious expression flashed in his eyes. This fellow Yang Yi is really going too far. He flipped his palm, and then a dragon-shaped seal that had a golden dragon inscribed on it had appeared in his palm. The profound energy within his body flowed into the seal, and then a strand of dazzling golden light instantly erupted from it. After that, the seal expanded in midair and instantly transformed into a seal that was around 300 m long before it smashed down towards Yang Yi from above. A wisp of a solemn expression flashed in Yang Yi's crimson-red eyes as he gazed at the golden seal, because the energy contained within it was truly very terrifying. It seemed as if it possessed the might to obliterate the world. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. The nether ghost flame instantly appeared in his palm with a single gesture. After that, Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the enormous seal, and then he tossed the nether ghost flame towards it. The nether ghost flame expanded explosively in midair and instantly transformed into an ocean of fire that surged over towards the sea. As soon as they came into contact, bang! A shocking and enormous bang resounded, and then expanses of terrifying waves of energy erupted like tidal waves throughout this area, causing the surroundings here to instantly collapse. As he gazed at the ocean of flames, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he gestured with his right hand, and the nether ghost flame instantly flew back into his body. After that, he turned around and stabbed with his sword, and he transformed into a ray of violet light as he charged towards the surface. The underground area was already collapsing. So he had no choice but to leave because he would probably be buried here if he stayed here any longer. Even though an ocean of flames covered the area, Yang Ye's intuition told him that Mu Jun wouldn't die so easily. However, he couldn't be bothered about all of that now because they might perish together if he continued to fight Mu Jun under such circumstances. Right at the moment that Yang Yi had charged out to the surface, a strand of green light flashed, and it left a trail of green light behind it as it followed behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi had just charged out from beneath the ground when the surface had collapsed down completely. Yang Yi felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart as he gazed at the uneven and collapsed ground. If he was just a little bit slowed, then he would have really been buried alive. If that happened, then he would die no matter how heaven-defying he was. In next to no time, Yang Yi frowned because Mu Jun didn't emerge from underground. According to his expectations, it was definitely impossible for Mu Jun to perish so easily, especially when Mu Jun had that golden dragon-shaped seal because it was an existence that even the nether ghost flame couldn't destroy. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he thought up to this point. These geniuses from the Central Territory are really so wealthy. They have an endless supply of various heaven-rank treasures. Unfortunately, Yang Yi didn't even have a single heaven-rank treasure or heaven-rank combat technique. The state of his dark treasures wasn't too bad because while he didn't possess any at the heaven rank, he had a pile of earth-rank treasures with the help of the tiny vortex. But what about techniques? Amongst the energy split technique, sword chi finger, heaven rin drawing technique, and sword control technique. Besides the sword control technique that was still extremely helpful to him, the other techniques could be said to be completely useless. As for the dragon breaker technique, even though it was merely inferior to the sword control technique, it wasn't very useful in the ancient battlefield, which was a place that geniuses gathered at. So, besides the sword control technique, the enlightened sword heart, and the nether ghost flame, Yang Yi didn't have any useful techniques. Yang Yi could only shake his head and laugh bitterly when faced with such a situation, and his heart was filled with extreme helplessness. He was an independent cultivator who didn't belong to a sect. No matter if it was treasures or techniques, he had to rely on his own hard work. He wasn't like the other geniuses who merely had to concentrate on their cultivation and had no need to worry about treasures or techniques at all. Under such circumstances, how could these fellows not be strong? How could the independent cultivators go against these monstrous geniuses? Just like the battles from before, if he didn't possess the nether ghost flame, then how could Yang Yi have resisted the golden dragon-shaped seal? Moreover, utilizing the nether ghost flame once was equivalent to suffering a heavy injury. Why? Because the profound energy within his body had already dried up. There wasn't even a thread of it left. Utilizing the nether ghost flame exhausted a humongous amount of profound energy. So, if the tiny vortex hadn't replaced his Dantian, then not to mention the King Realm, he couldn't even utilize the nether ghost flame without restraint as he had just now, even if he was at the spirit realm. This was the reason why he didn't rashly utilize the nether ghost flame in the past, because the consequences of every single usage were very severe, especially when it was at the ancient battlefield which was filled with his enemies. If he didn't have any profound energy, then he would be in the same situation as he had been during his once encounter with Mo Qingyu. How could his physical body resist the best monstrous geniuses of profounder continent without any profound energy? It was clearly impossible. Earlier, the reason why Head utilized the nether ghost flame was merely because he wanted to kill Mo Qingyu and Mu Jun with a single strike. Unfortunately, both of them were truly extremely strong, and he was still unable to kill them even if he utilized the nether ghost flame. Yang Yi took a deep breath and habitually turned his head to glance at his shoulder. However, the familiar figure of the little fellow wasn't there right now. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a short while before he shook his head and said, "Looks like him still too weak." Right at this moment, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed, and then he swiftly turned around. A green tornado was floating in front of him, and it was exactly the ninth hell-cold gale. At this moment, it was very meek, and it spun slowly in front of him. Right when Yang Yi felt puzzled, the tornado suddenly moved. It didn't attack Yang Yi, and it just started to spin around him as if it intended to express something. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi frowned as he asked this question. he didn't have a good impression of the ninth Hell Cold Gale. Because if it wasn't for this thing, then Xiao Yushi wouldn't be in a state where her fate was unknown, and the little fellow wouldn't have been heavily injured to the point of being in deep sleep within the pool of profound energy. So, he refused to be nice to it. It was even to the extent that if he wasn't afraid of this little bastard's terrifying strength, then he even desired to draw his sword and strike it. The ninth Hell Cold Gale instantly stopped moving upon hearing Yang Yi, and then it flashed over to Yang Yi. After that, strands of fine whirlwinds slowly seeped out from within it. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly moved backward by around 10 m before he said furiously, "What are you going? Trust me, it'll strike you down." After all, the energy contained within those fine whirlwinds weren't inferior to high-grade Earth-rank techniques, so Yang Yi was puzzled by its intentions. The ninth Hell Cold Gale was stunned when it saw Yang Yi move backward, and then it flashed and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. However, it didn't release those whirlwinds this time, and it started to circle around Yang Yi again. After a moment of deep thought, Yang Yi roughly understood its intentions. The ninth Hell Cold Gale had probably taken a liking to something he possessed. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to have returned and pestered him like this. After all, Yang Yi didn't possess such great charm. However, what did it take a liking to? In next to no time, Yang Yi thought of something, and it was the tiny vortex. Because besides the tiny vortex, what else in his possession could possibly draw the attention of such a natural treasure? But didn't it enter the tiny vortex earlier? It was even resisting slightly at that time. So, what's it doing now? Could it be that it isn't the tiny vortex, but the door above the tiny vortex? Or perhaps, it's the violet energy that was released from within the door. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he asked, "You want to enter the tiny vortex?" The green tornado instantly started spinning quickly. Yang Yi nodded when he saw this, and then he said, "You can if you want, but you have to obey me in the future, all right?" The green tornado stopped moving. "There's no room for discussion?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Then let's split ways. I'm not someone that likes to force others. Good luck. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. There was no reluctance or hesitance at all, and he acted like the ninth Hell Cold Gale was a piece of trash. The ninth Hell Cold Gale was instantly anxious when it saw Yang Yi act in this way, and then it flashed and instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi and obstructed his path before it started spinning again. Yang Yi fell silent. Even though he couldn't understand what the ninth Hell Cold Gale was trying to express, he was roughly able to sense what it meant, and it was that it didn't want to lose its freedom. After all, no matter if it was a person, dark beast, or any other living being, would anything in this world be willing to lose its freedom? Let alone a natural treasure. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said, "Stay with me for 10 years, and you only have to obey me during that time. You can leave after that. What do you think? Don't worry, I won't utilize those methods to forcefully take control of you during these 10 years, all right?" The ninth Hell Cold Gale stopped spinning. After around 15 minutes had passed, it swished and directly entered into Yang Yi's body. Yang Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then a trace of a smile had unconsciously arisen on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 337. Chapter 337 Drop. A day later, Yang Yi was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed in a dense forest within the ninth hell. A strand of invisible sword intent surged incessantly from within him before it surged back into his body. Moreover, countless strands of faint violet sword chi flickered ceaselessly around him. The sword chi didn't attack anything, and it just flickered incessantly around Yang Yi, causing it to seem extremely shocking. After the incident in the Nether God's tomb, Yang Yi was clearly aware of his insufficiencies. No matter if it was his sword intent, combat techniques, or cultivation, there was a certain gap between him and those monstrous geniuses of the Central Territory. If he didn't possess the nether ghost flame that Elder Mu had given him, then his strength would truly be insufficient in the ancient battlefield. Especially his cultivation had relied on the tiny vortex all along the way, so his cultivation had improved too quickly. This was a good thing, yet it was also a bad thing. It was good because his cultivation had finally caught up with those monstrous geniuses of the central region, and the bad thing was that it had been improved too quickly. His mental state was unable to catch up to his cultivation, so his cultivation wasn't stable. It was fine at any other ordinary time, but it was a lethal flaw during a critical moment, especially during battles with those monstrous geniuses. So, after he subdued the ninth Hell-Cold Gale, Yang Yi hadn't gone about roaming the ancient battlefield and had found a quiet place instead. He intended to consolidate his cultivation and intent first, and then create a technique of his own. Yes, he intended to create a combat technique. Of course, it wasn't a sudden impulse, and it was because Head obtained some comprehension during the battle with Mu Jun instead. During that battle, Head combined the Nether Ghost Flame, Sword Chi, and Sword Intent for the first time, and he noticed that the might of their combination was rather terrifying, but it was slightly chaotic and too simply. Especially when he faced a profounder who was slightly swift, then it would be very useful. This time, he was considering how he should combine them in a better manner and then create a sword technique that only belonged to him, Yang Yi. Time slowly passed by, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Yang Yi had ceaselessly consolidated his cultivation and intent, and the effects of it were very good. After all, he possessed the enlightened sword heart, so he was able to quickly enter into a state where his mind and heart were clear, and that he could search for his flaws and ceaselessly improve on them. In this way, his cultivation and slaughter sword intent had been greatly improved. Especially his slaughter sword intent, it even showed signs of advancement. However, Head forcefully suppressed it. Presently, he hadn't fully consolidated his slaughter sword intent, so another advancement would only add even more latent troubles for him. In that way, the costs would outweigh the benefits. In terms of his cultivation, Head obtained rather great gains as well. Even though it hadn't been consolidated completely and resolved the potential troubles that were created by the improvement of his cultivation that had been too swift, he was on the verge of success. So long as he didn't improve his cultivation too quickly in the future, then there shouldn't be any more problems. After he resolved the problems in his sword intent and cultivation, Yang Yi started to concentrate on creating that sword technique of his own. Actually, it couldn't be said to be the creation of a new sword technique. It was merely a method to properly combine the violet profound energy, sword intent, and nether ghost flame. Every single one of these three forces were extremely powerful. So, if they could be combined well, then Yang Yi was confident that this sword technique would absolutely not be weaker to a mid-grade heaven rank or even high-grade heaven rank sword technique. It was too inflexible to purely attach the nether ghost flame to his sword chi, and its might was limited as well. In next to no time, Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Since the nether ghost flame can be attached to swords and sword chi, then can it be attached to a sword formation? He acted as soon as he thought of this. Yang Yi stood up, and then he flipped his hands. 2 sword chests appeared in his hands. With a command in his heart, the 36 swords that were within the initial sword chest he possessed had instantly flown into the infinite sword chest. After that, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he moved his finger slightly, and then numerous swords flew out from within his spatial ring and entered the infinite sword chest as well. In this way, there were 200 high-grade earth rank swords within the infinite sword chest. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the 200 high-grade earth rank swords within the infinite sword chest had transformed into 200 rays of violet light that shot into the sky, and then they formed a round sword formation that circled in the sky. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the sword formation, and then he flipped open his palm. Pooh! The nether ghost flame appeared on his palm. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and the nether ghost flame instantly transformed into a fiery ray of light that charged into the sword formation. After that, a bang resounded as the nether ghost flame suddenly exploded apart and transformed into countless threads of flame that entered those swords. This was an extremely difficult process because Yang Yi didn't just have to control the sword formation, he even had to control the nether ghost flame to attach itself to those swords. This was extremely mentally exhausting. In merely a few breaths of time, cold sweat had started to seep out from Yang Yi's forehead, and his countenance gradually paled. However, he still didn't give up. Since I have no backing, no sect, and no techniques, then I'll make my own. Could it be that it's impossible to survive in this world without a sect? I don't believe in that. The nether ghost flame transformed into countless threads of flame under Yang Ye's control and gradually attached itself to those swords. Every single sword that had the nether ghost flame attached to it had changed from light violet to maroon. Moreover, they started trembling violently. It seemed as if something was about to charge out from within them. Even the sky was gradually turned maroon by those 200 swords. But at this moment, Yang Ye's countenance was ghastly pale while his face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were covered in exhaustion. Bang! An explosion resounded in midair, and then the threads of fire within the swords had suddenly exploded. After that, the swords scattered down from midair. On the other hand, Yang Yi fell to the ground and gasped for breath with large mouthfuls. This is really too fucking mentally exhausting. Yang Yi cursed with displeasure. Just controlling the swords was extremely mentally exhausting, coupled with the control of the nether ghost flame. And he even had to divide the nether ghost flame into 200 portions to attach themselves onto those swords. In this way, he didn't have to just control 200 swords, he had to control 200 portions of nether ghost flames as well. So, how could this not be mentally exhausting? However, would Yang Yi give up? He naturally wouldn't. After he absorbed almost 100 energy stones on the spot, Yang Yi started once more. He failed over and over again, and he started again time after time. This cycle continued endlessly. Trying to form such a technique was an extremely dull thing. Every single failure caused Yang Ye's countenance to be ghastly white and feel mentally exhausted. Every single failure was a test of his dedication, because it seemed to be truly quite impossible to control 200 swords and 200 portions of nether ghost flame at the same time. However, Yang Yi still didn't intend to give up. All those years ago when he was reduced from an outer court disciple to a labor disciple, there wasn't even a thread of profound energy within his body, yet Head still relied on his will to cultivate that body refinement technique for 3 years. How much ridicule did he experience during those 3 years? How much contempt did he suffer? Didn't he still refuse to give up? When compared to what Head experienced during those 3 years, the suffering he experienced right now was truly nothing. Just like that, day after day passed. Yang Yi practiced from day to night every single day, and then he practiced from night until day. Head succeeded a few times during this period. Of course, this success didn't represent that the sword technique had taken form, and it merely represented that he was capable of fully attaching the nether ghost flame to those swords. However, it was extremely difficult to control the 200 swords which had nether ghost flame attached to them. To put it simply, he had to split his mind into 3 in order to accomplish that. After all, the difference between having his sword in his hand and having it away from his hand was huge. When it was in his hand, he could attach the nether ghost flame to his sword at any moment, and he could easily attach it to his sword chi as well. But once his sword left his hand, then he had to rely on the sword control technique, and he had to control the nether ghost flame at the same time. Moreover, it was 200 of them each. So, the difficulty of accomplishing this was obvious. Thus, Yang Yi was still unable to complete this new sword technique throughout this half a month of time. However, Yang Yi had obtained great gains during this period. He was more and more skilled in the sword control technique. Moreover, it wasn't just the sword control technique, he was even getting skilled in the utilization of his sword intent. It could even be said that Head attained the state where his intent could be commanded at will. Unfortunately, he was still unable to succeed in creating the technique. Head failed at least a few 10,000 times throughout this period. Every single failure had occurred at the moment when he tried to attack after attaching the nether ghost flame to the swords. Whenever this moment came, the nether ghost flame would split from the swords, causing his efforts to come to nothing, and it made him feel extremely depressed and conflicted. There was another thing that really depressed Yang Yi, and it was that Head almost exhausted his energy stones during this period. Every single time he utilized the sword formation and nether ghost flame didn't just exhaust him mentally, it exhausted a huge amount of profound energy as well. Every single failure represented that he had to utilize over 100 energy stones to recover his profound energy, so had completely exhausted his energy stones during the last half-month of time. Now, he had no choice but to utilize those top-grade energy stones he possessed. He only had a total of 10 top-grade energy stones, and he only had 8 more after he gave 2 to Xiao Yushi that day. So, using every single one of them really hurt for him. Fortunately, the effect of these top-grade energy stones didn't disappoint him. Not only were they able to very quickly replenish and fill up the pool of profound energy within his tiny vortex, it even had a continuous effect. Because the consumption of every single top-grade energy stone lasted for around 5 days. So, Yang Yi could focus on practicing the sword technique while possessing the support of the top-grade energy stones. 1 month later, a row of maroon swords had formed a circle and were ceaselessly spinning in the air above the dense forest. As these maroon swords spun ceaselessly in midair, strands of terrifying and invisible slaughter sword intent seeped out incessantly into the surroundings of the sword formation. However, the slaughter sword intent actually withdrew back into the sword formation after moving a certain distance away from the sword formation. Moreover, faint strands of flames were even emanated around the sword formation. These flames were extremely terrifying because the air was completely incinerated into nothingness wherever they passed. Besides that, the space around the entire sword formation actually faintly warped as the sword formation moved. Yang Yi gazed at the circling sword formation from below, and then a ruthless expression appeared on his ghastly pale face before he suddenly shouted, "Drop?" You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.